Hello and welcome to the final ASUCR meeting of the winter quarter. Glad you could all be here to join us. Beginning up on our agenda, we will begin with roll call. Senator Christian Arredondo. Present. Senator Reem Blake.
Present.
Senator Akeem Brown.
Present.
Senator Fabian Escobedo.
Present.
Senator Ali Iles.
Present.
Senator Jackie Jacoby.
Present.
Senator Colette King.
Present.
Senator Delaney Koenig.
Present.
Senator Richard Lee. At this time, I'll make a motion to excuse Senator Richard Lee from tonight's meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Fabian Escobedo. Because this is personnel, this will be a closed ballot vote. I believe all senators already have a ballot in front of them, so at this time I would ask that everybody write down the vote and then pass it forward to the chair. The vote will be recorded in the minutes, but will not be announced out loud during the meeting. Okay, continuing on. Senator Carlton Nguyen. Present. Senator Priscilla Perez.
Present.
Senator Jason Ramirez.
Present.
Senator Herman Sanger.
Present.
Senator Summer Schaefer.
Present.
Senator Sam Uwe.
Present.
President Pro Tempore Devin Plazo.
Present.
Personnel Director Ashley Hirano.
Present.
Marketing and Promotions Director Raveen Rathod.
Present.
Elections Director Stephanie Rose.
Present.
Outreach Director Jessica Arquidez.
Here.
Senate Secretary Delia Chakri. Parliamentarian Momo Hussain.
Present.
Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs Fernando Echeverria.
Present.
Vice President of External Affairs Abraham Galvan.
Here.
Vice President of Finance Irish Shang.
Present.
President Nafi Karim, excused, and myself. Continuing on, we have approval of the agenda. At this time, I'll open up the floor for motions to approve or amend tonight's agenda. All right, put these hands in order. Outreach Director Jessica Arquidez.
I move to add a line item to presentation as number 2 for Daniel Lopez, and if I can reserve 10 minutes for that. Is it possible to have 2 amendments so that way I can move up the presentation to after public forum?
Yes, we'll, unless the Senate objects, we'll consider the amendments altogether.
Does this have to do with the resolution?
Yes.
If it's fine, I could just add it under my committee report before I present the resolution.
That way it's a timely matter and it works with
That would be perfectly fine.
Okay.
So if you'd like to make that amendment, to just add it under legislative.
So I move to add Daniel Lopez presentation under LRC before the food pantry resolution.
Okay, so noted. Elections Director Stephanie Rose.
I move to add the Elections Committee under G Committee Updates, please.
Personnel Director Ashley Hirano.
I move to add Personnel Committee to Committee Updates, but I'd like to request that it goes before Finance, just because there's a lot of people here and I have to leave for practice at 8.
Okay. On subsection 1 on section G. Okay. Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs Fernando Echeverria.
I'd like to move to add GCAP to the committee updates in number G. Also, we'll follow Personnel Committee, if we could follow Personnel Committee, just because there are members of the grant here that want to speak if there's any questions.
Right, I was previously informed of the circumstances, so that's acceptable. Marketing Promotions Director Raveen Rathod.
I'd like to move to add Marketing Committee to the committee
Very.
I can go whenever you want.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. And finally, Senator.
I move to recall old business to the floor.
Motion to add old business.
Old business, I guess to expand on.
Can you elaborate a little bit on it?
To expand, I'd like to recall the amendment that I set forth to the Constitution last week. I'd like to bring that back to the table for discussion and a revote or a debate, or you would have the best word for that.
Point of parliamentary.
Yeah, actually, we'll hear from our parliamentarian on that.
Since it's old business, it's gonna go before me.
It's going to go before you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Can we?
Is it possible to move? Did you want to have?
You can't conduct new business without conducting old business first.
Okay. President Pro Tempore Devin Plaza.
Are we allowed to, I guess, once we get there, but if it's a vote on an amendment, wouldn't it have to be brought to the floor by someone who voted with the majority to reconsider?
I'm sorry, Senator King-Brown, could you clarify, is this a motion to
Clarify the
reconsider?
motion.
Clarify the motion.
Yeah, so I'd like to amend, I'd like to first of all bring the amendment back to the table with an amendment, offer the amendment on the amendment, and then a discussion, and then another vote. So basically, I guess the first thing we need to do is bring it back to the table.
No, you can't bring it back to the table without bringing up the vote.
Okay, so would you explain the procedure?
Yeah, so you need to clarify which vote that you're motioning for, because you can't have discussion without a direction, so you need to vote. So what kind of motion are you making?
I'm making a motion to bring the, so basically the amendment was killed last week. I'm wondering if we can recall it, debate, and then vote again.
That would be a motion to reconsider, and a motion to reconsider needs to come from the side that voted.
Okay,
Right.
and so,
In the winning side.
okay, and so again, I would ask for someone to make a motion to do as such, as the parliamentarian has.
Elections, can the election director elaborate, like, even if we were to hypothetically vote on this, would it even be able to go through? Because it's, the deadline was on the 27th, right?
The answer to this question is pertaining to my committee update. So if you would like me to just announce that now, I can. So, I will. Today I learned from the Judicial Council that we will need to extend the election deadline until March 13th at 5 p.m. That's next Friday. As you know, the previous deadline was the 27th, last Friday, but due to an internal issue, Judicial has asked me to extend the deadline. With that being said, it does involve a pending case, and I cannot disclose any more information regarding the reasons to why we're extending. It's just important for me to announce it. I will be sending out a campus-wide email, and I will be notifying all of the candidates who have already registered. But just to clarify once again, any candidates who have not previously registered, any parties, may now register and apply for candidacy up until the 13th. So to answer your question, Fernando, technically with this being said,
Yes, even from a parliamentary point of view, he could submit his amendment before the deadline. He's just calling for the discussion to be brought back.
Senator King-Brown, just to clarify, is the amendment in its original language, and are you moving for a reconsideration of the vote on that specific amendment?
So the amendment is,
Right.
yeah, so actually I'm asking, basically, thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. I am asking for Senate, whoever voted against, for or against the majority party vote to make a motion to reconsider. I've discovered some new information that I think you all should consider again. Some information that I was not thinking about at the time we had discussion, and I think it's very important that you all hear it and reconsider.
Senator Delaney Cody.
So I move to reconsider, is that what it would be?
And then you would need a second for the motion.
I second that.
Seconded by Senator, okay, motion by Senator Delaney Koenig, seconded by Senator Summer Schaefer. Before I move to, yes,
Does that mean that we have to put this before, so it would be the line item after D?
right, it would be after approval of Senate minutes, so it would be before any new business. Were there any more points or motions on the floor at this time?
Point of parliamentary procedure?
Yes.
Yeah, you still need to vote on the motion to reconsider.
Right.
I was just going to ask, point of parliamentary procedure, could we then move old business?
You can't conduct new business without conducting old business.
Yes, it's, as explained right there, it's just a parliamentary procedure that has to be followed. So, just to make sure that the amendments have been considered in order, we'll consider these separately unless Senate has. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. In order of precedence, then you're correct. Okay. Motion of reconsideration to be added on old business. Okay. Motion by Senator Delaney Koenig, seconded by Senator Summer Schaefer. All those in favor of reconsideration? All those opposed? And abstain. All right. By a vote of 8-5-1. All right, this motion does not pass. Okay, continuing on with the other amendments that we had to our agenda. If there
It's a majority.
It's majority.
Oh,
It's not.
my mistake, I'm sorry, it is a majority. Okay, thank you for the clarification, parliamentarian. Okay, motion reconsideration. Okay, so at this time, with the following amendments, unless there's any objection from Senate, I can read these out and we can consider them as a whole. We have the motion to add Daniel Lopez's presentation under LRC by Outreach Director Jessica Urquidez. Move to add Elections Committee under Committee Updates and Personnel Committee to Committee Updates, add GCAP to Committee Updates, and add Marketing to Committee Updates. Elections Director?
I withdraw the motion to add the Elections Committee to Committee Updates as I have already said it.
All right, thank you so much, Stephanie. Okay, with that motion withdrawn, can I get a second for all of these in total? Second by President Pro Tempore Devin Plaza. All those in favor of the amendments? And oppose? And abstain? All right, by a vote of 15-0-0, the amendments pass and the agenda has been amended. All right, continuing on with our agenda, we have approval of the Senate minutes. So I'm sure by now you're all very familiar with the process, so I'll waste no time in passing these around. Okay, as was approved, before we move on to our ex officios, we do need to reconsider old business. As discussed in the last meeting, I think if we'd be able to pull up from the Constitution, if we still have it. Yes, President Rosenthal.
I don't have the current revisions, it's like view only now, so I don't have the amendment that it keeps referring to. You have it?
No? Okay. Senator Keene Brown, do you have the wording of the amendment that?
I believe it was,
It may be in the minutes, so I mean, if you could look that up at the same time that we get that from our parliamentarian. And then we could start taking hands for discussion as soon as we have the text on screen for the members of the gallery to be able to view. Yeah. Senator Keene Brown, is this the amendment you're referring to?
yes.
External Affairs, Abraham Nolan? Yes.
So should this matter pass, would it, since the motion to add this amendment came before the overall constitution was passed, if this motion is reconsidered and passes, would that require the Senate to vote again on the whole constitution, and would it go on the ballot as one, or would it simply be a separate constitutional amendment?
Parliamentarian woman saying this, right?
I gotta look that up.
Okay.
I was like, that's the right question.
If we'd be able to table a response to your questions anytime as we try to get further information, because I'm not sure of any precedent of where that's been set on how that would go about. But in the meantime, and considering the merits of such an action, considering those that this was a motion to reconsider, if we could take hands at this time, I think I'd like to start with Senator Keene Brown. Oh, it's in the minutes, yeah, I believe it is. I think I'll start with Senator Keene Brown if you'd like to discuss on why you'd like that motion, or why you wanted that motion made.
Yeah, actually, I also, before I give my discussion, I would also just like to add a few more words to the amendment here as it exists, just the textual amendment.
I'm sorry, Senator Keene Brown. Unfortunately, if you're changing the wording of the original document, then we wouldn't be reconsidering an old amendment. We'd actually be voting on an entirely new one. And that's something that would probably have to go through LRCS.
Okay, then it's fine as it stands. Well, anyway, thank you all for reconsidering this. Good evening to the galley. I thought it was important to reconsider this because last week we brought this to the table and we had a discussion, and the discussion wound up in a vote against this amendment, which sort of puzzled me in a certain kind of way, but nonetheless, I'm still here to bring this information to the Horseshoe as well as the Galley. I just want to start by saying transfer student is a systematic academic category assigned to a specific type of student. Transfer students are one of 3 systematic categories of students that the university recognizes upon admissions. The others are freshmen and graduate. In other words, the university does not have a separate application isolated by race, gender, ethnicity, nor religion. There are only 3 categories of students in respect to the university's criteria. Any counter-argument based on race and ethnicity must be restricted from this conversation. That is to say, race and ethnicity are represented here on this campus and here at ASUCR. Just look around the Horseshoe. To this end, we deal with representation based upon admission criteria: freshman, transfer, graduate. In college, CNAS, BCOE, and CHAS. Just to give examples of how those systematic categories are represented even further, GSA is designated for graduate students. ASUCR obviously is for undergraduate students. However, ASUCR is more geared towards first-year students. In other words, students directly out of high school. Even the criteria for executive cabinet states that someone has to have at least 1 year of ASUCR experience to be eligible. But transfer students only have 2 years on campus, and the only year that they can run and serve in office is if they run the very moment they arrive on campus. Students who arrive at UCR directly from high school can run any year, so there is no purpose in designating a seat based upon how you were admitted, meaning freshman or freshman or graduate student, because they have plenty of time to run for office, nearly 3 years. That is 3 years to build relationships which potentially could become votes if they decided to run in an office. Whereas transfer students only have 1 year to run for office and a shorter amount of time to build that rapport. Yet there are no obvious transfer student designations. Transfers are systematically underrepresented. Jobs and internships opportunities are geared towards first and second year students. Research opportunities also. And there is no physical space. None. ASUCR should feel obligated to provide more opportunities for transfer students, being that most official opportunities within ASUCR are geared towards individuals who enroll after high school. There are many examples on the Horseshoe. Some of you have been here nearly 3 years in this office. To these ends, transfer students have limited time, which limits our opportunities. Therefore, the student government should act in a manner that remedies that by creating official opportunities and elected designations. If a transfer student does not run, then so be it. But if a transfer student does run, then the student with the highest vote count gets the seat. And I just wanted to say that because last week we had a discussion and we talked about Costco Hall. What if somebody in CSP wanted a seat? Well, the fact that there is a Costco Hall in the CSP, it provides representation. And again, the debate is not about race or ethnicity. It's about a systematic category that the university recognizes. Again, when I applied, I filled out a transfer application. When some of you applied, you fill out a freshman application. The GSA office, full of graduate students, they fill out a graduate student application. There is representation for students who come directly out of high school. There is even representation for graduate students. But there is no representation for transfer students. And I believe our student government should take that upon itself to provide that opportunity.
Thank you, Senator. At this time, we do have the beginning of a speakers list. If you'd like to be added, I'll add as I see hands. Vice President of External Affairs, Abraham Galvan, and then Outreach Director, Jessica Ortiz.
Yeah, so first what I would like to do is really clarify for the people that weren't here really what happened with regards to that amendment. Because I think it's unfair to Senate to come into this without you all understanding why Senate might have voted the way that they did. And senators that voted against it, you can feel free to jump in as you see. From my understanding, when I was asked to give my opinion on adding such an amendment, I said that I basically just told Senate what the potential drawbacks or considerations that they would have to do with regards to this were. This amendment was not proposed as one of the amendments that came in a package of a whole array of proposed constitutional revisions. We had ample amount of time for any amendments such as this one to be made, and I included requests for revisions from a wide array of people within the office. So this amendment was something that Senate had to consider very spontaneously on the floor. And just as I've always made the same request of everybody else, we usually ask people when they're coming to AS to make requests such as this, to have fully developed proposals on how these initiatives would work. Unfortunately, Senator Akim's request to add a transfer senator lacked that criteria. It did not meet that criteria. There was no substantive proposal as to how we would make a transfer senator work with respect to Senate in general. So it was my understanding that it was something that was very rushed. And we don't like to, at least from my understanding, Senate cannot make these decisions on such a big aspect of our governing bodies with so hastily. So the main issue that I brought up when I was asked to give my input on this, I was asked because I was the one that presented the rest of the proposed revisions. I told Senate that something that they have to consider is, right now we have a representation system based on colleges. So we have CHAS, BCOE, and CNAS. The reason why it's like this is because every single student that's at UCR is in effect in one of these colleges for certain. Every single undergraduate student is either in CHAS, BCOE, or CNAS. SOBA, if you look at it as that as well. So in effect, any student can run for election and be represented under the system that we have right now. What Senator Akim's proposal would do is it would add a Senate position specifically for transfer students. The reason why I caution Senate with regards to this is because it becomes kind of difficult to manage work when senators are elected based on in different ways. So we would have 15 senators that would be elected based upon the colleges that they're from, but then we would have one senator that it wouldn't matter what college they're from, they would simply be elected because of the way that they came into the university as a transfer student as opposed to first year entry. So it's from my understanding that you could already have a transfer student running for CHAS Senate. You could already have a transfer student running for CNAS as a CNAS senator. You could already have one running as a BCOE senator. The reason why and Senate, you all can decide this however you all want. But for example, first year students, they don't necessarily have as much access to Senate either. But we would not then create a position that's only for second years. Would we have a second year senator position? We would not. And freshmen already don't have that access. Yes, we have programs like the first year fellowship, but first of all, the first year fellowship is open to transfer students. I would reject the idea that executive cabinet is inherently exclusive, because in the set of revisions that we made for the Constitution, we expanded the categories that make somebody eligible to serve on executive cabinet. Right now, you could be on any one of our subsidiary bodies. Like, for example, if any of you are familiar with the structure of AS, you could be in Highlander Lobby Corps, which takes an indefinite amount of people, and you would still qualify to run for executive cabinet. So I would agree that it would be a problem if we hadn't significantly expanded the amount of people that are eligible to run for executive cabinet, but given that we are expanding that, I don't see how that argument still works. As it is right now, first year student could run for executive cabinet as well as a transfer student just as well as a transfer student would be able to, as long as they've been in AS for that first year. And you can do that in a wide variety of ways. So I just wanted to clarify those things because I don't think that they were nearly as understood, and I don't think it's fair to Senate because for you all to just assume that they just didn't vote for it or that they don't want a transfer representative. I think we've made it very clear that we're willing to be supportive of transfer students. I would love for there to be a transfer resource center. From my understanding, that was closed a couple of years back or recently. I don't really know. I know that Fernando's office has started the Transfer Alliance, or I don't know what exactly it's called, the Transfer Task Force. I know that through AS, we've been supportive of Senator Akeem's projects with relation to transfer students. So I think that Senate and AS as a whole has proven that it's willing to be supportive of this. It was such a big thing for us to consider all of a sudden. And maybe it'll be good now that you all can reconsider it, now that you've had more time to think about it and it's not so rushed, that you can fully consider the merits of having a transfer representative as a senator. So that's that.
Thank you, Abraham. Thanks for your outreach, Director Jessica Hernandez.
First off, I just wanted to say I wanted to piggyback off of what Abraham was talking about how I believe that ASUCR is fully supportive of transfer students. I do think that there is room to increase that support. Just even when we have transfers come and speak, I take the time, I've been meeting with them weekly, I've met with the transfer task force, and they know that support is needed, and we definitely need an increase for transfers, but I also am very hesitant to, I don't vote, but I would strongly consider this as difficult because that one transfer is going to be representing all transfers in every college. And when you think about it, every senator has their own college, and it's possible, and I definitely think that it's something to consider, but I think we have a lot of unanswered questions. So I don't know if, I had recommended this before, but on the Diversity Council, we have representation from the different ethnic and gender programs, and this last Friday, I think that we came to an agreement of going through the bylaws and having representation from the transfers included. I had sat down and I had said that I agree, and I think that's something important because that is a large group of students, whether it be dealing with any type of like ethnic or gender. There's different seats for different individuals. For example, there's disability students, Student Disability Center, we offer for veterans. There's different seats, and we can always go through to edit and add to individuals to the Diversity Council, which I feel is also lacking support from ASUCR, but that's just my opinion. But I definitely think that we should show more support for transfer students, but there's different ways in showing support as to creating a new position on the horseshoe.
Great, thank you, Jessica. Senator Delaney Koenig, Senator Summer Schaefer, and then Senator Delaney.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming out. It's great to see such a full galley. And thank you to Senator Akeem for bringing this up again. I agree with Abraham that the advent of having more time and the benefit of that is that we've now all been able to think through this resolution. And initially last week I did vote against this, and now that I have spoken more with Senator Akeem Brown about this and thought about it, I believe that it could be a good situation, if not for anything more than being as an experiment. We started out with a marketing director as an experiment, and it has worked beautifully, and I think that everyone can agree it's been a great addition to the horseshoe, and I think that maintaining things for the sake of tradition might not be the best way to improve things. And in regards to us serving and being elected as our academic class, it is true that we are elected that way. However, I would disagree that we only serve in that capacity. I think it's diminishing our role as senators to say that we are only serving our academic class. I know my Senate goals and projects have not just served my academic class. I know everything we've accomplished as a unit has served the entire campus, and I believe that advocating and representing transfer students could be really valuable, and we should look at the results of those actions, not our intentions. And as much as our intention is to support transfer students and encourage those pathways, we need to look at the results. Are they in Senate? No. I think it speaks volumes that Akeem Brown is the only transfer student out of all the senators, and that it's a big deal, and that every transfer student we've spoken with knows Akeem because he's the only transfer senator. And so I think that we should not confuse intent with results, and that this could be a great experiment. We could give it a year and the next time we revise the Constitution, we could look and see, did this actually work? And the last thing I want to say is that when I spoke with Akeem about this in the week that we've had to consider the resolution and the amendment, we came to the conclusion that we could add it to it, and I know we couldn't do that in this capacity, but if we could add a clause at the end that says that if a transfer student is not fairly elected, then the person that got the amount of votes would just take their place. This could serve as more of an encouraging motion, like we were talking about last week to the parties, to include more transfer students and to think about diversity in that aspect and to include under these academic classes the ways in which we academically classify and categorize our students. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Summer Schaefer.
Yeah, hi everyone. So happy that so many people are here today. Okay, so I also wanted to agree with a lot of the sentiments that Abe and Jessica brought up. I think it's really amazing how much, especially Akeem has brought to the transfer initiative with Transfer Alliance, and I know the non-traditional student task force has been started up, and different initiatives have been started, which have been very beneficial for the transfer community. And I do agree that it is a contradiction that it would be by college for representation and then by a different classification for representation, and I do think that's an issue that we should look at. And the main reason why I seconded this motion to recall this was just to make sure that we had this discussion, since it was we were going through a lot of the decisions that we made fairly quickly, and the decision that we made was without very much discussion, and I think that over the past week there have been some developments made, and maybe Akeem can expand on this, but the way this is being thought about and could be done in a different way, I think that's worth looking into, and so I'm glad that we're having this discussion.
Great, thank you. Senator Collecting.
I just have a quick question. Why can't we just add a transfer representative to each college if we're so concerned about them not representing every single college? Why don't we just have one for every college? That's 3, right?
I think because like each...
I'm sorry, wait, Senator Collecting, was that targeted at a specific...
Oh, I wasn't done yet. Sorry, I know. I pause sometimes. I would stop that. I just think the main concern was that it's not very representative of our community, of each academic area. So in order to solve that problem, why don't we just have 3? I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. I think we'll have to scoot down and add 3 chairs to the Senate chamber. So I think that should be okay. I'm done now.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, we'll continue on with the speakers list. And Senator Herman Sanger.
Yeah, so I put myself on the speakers list. I actually had a point of clarification, but I knew throughout the discussion I would have something to say, and I do. So, and mine is actually a response to Colette. So I believe that the way the senators are appropriated is that there are 16 senators, and it's based upon the population per college. So there are 10 CHAS, 4 CNAS, and 2 BCOE. If we were to say that we want 1 transfer student in every college, that'd be 50% of BCOE, that'd be 25% of CNAS, and that'd be 10% of CHAS. And I'm almost 100% sure that transfer students don't represent that much of those respective colleges. So that's my just point against, in regards to what Colette said. But my point of clarification is that there's a discrepancy between what all the speakers have said and my understanding of this amendment. So I wanted this kind of more of a point of clarification. So A, could we get can we get the actual text of what we're voting on? I know last week our meeting went till 12 and we also went over a lot of amendments. I remember this one, but not the exact verbiage. And then the clarification of that is then, or my understanding of it was that out of the 16 senators, 1 would be a transfer student. Well, that transfer student would still have to fall into the either 10, 4, or 2. It does not specifically have to be a certain college, but it has to be 1 of your 16 senators needs to be a transfer student. And I can't read that from my angle. Can somebody read that maybe?
Yeah, I'm sorry if because it's right on the screen behind you. I don't know how I can turn around there. Okay, next, Abraham Galvan.
Wait, do you want me to read to you?
Oh, you, okay, yeah, sure. Okay, I can read it. Thanks. Okay. Actually, some of the better view of the screen.
Of the 16 senators, 1 senator shall be a transfer student who shall subsequently serve as a member of the Transfer Non-Traditional Committee as set forth in the Transfer Non-Traditional Committee bylaws.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Regarding the definition?
Yes.
I was just wondering, I had to leave early last week, so I'm not sure if this was brought up. But, so assuming that 16 senators are appointed if this amendment does pass, and assuming the 16 with the highest votes have 0 transfer students, what would be the process? Would you remove one of the students with the higher votes and set a transfer student as an alternate, or what would be the procedure for that?
Senator
That would, but see, that would probably have to be, it would have to be either that, and that's the point of this, so that it would be a transfer student. But if it's not a transfer student running, then the student who would get the highest votes at that point would then be the person elected. So the point of this is, as Delaney explained and as I explained last week, is that this would encourage parties to go ahead and slate a transfer student or seek out a transfer, just as there are gender and ethnic requirements right now. You all go out and a diversity requirement.
It's a recommendation.
What is it?
It's a recommendation.
Recommendation. Okay.
So we can have
So
that's not, it's not
and
official.
so going forward again, like Herman just reminded everyone, this is simply again to add a transfer student senator position. Designated transfer student position. If no transfer student runs, then they simply just don't run. If they do run, if they don't get elected, what will we do? What would we do? Do we, as Ravine said, do we remove the person who got the highest votes? That's something for debate. It's something up to the debate.
Well, ask idea.
Wait, I think I have a good idea. That should works out
No,
for
I'm
now.
sorry, we're going to go with the speakers list real quick. We'll come to
Oh, that was next.
Abraham Galvan.
And let me.
Okay, the thing is, no matter how many ideas everybody has, we can't change this at all. This is what we're voting on, what was presented last week, that text is what we're reconsidering. It would have been, that's why it would have been ideal for us to have considered this more time.
You're right. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Wouldn't then how we work everything out would be pursuant to the elections code and bylaws? So right here, this amendment just simply says 1 student should be a transfer. How everything works out would be in the bylaws or the election code. We shouldn't debate all the extras right now. We can fix that in the bylaws and the elections code. Right now, this is to say we want a transfer student. It should be encouraged that all parties forming a platform should seek out a transfer student to get transfer student representation. If a transfer student doesn't run,
it wasn't a point of information. But thank you for that. We'll continue on with the speakers list.
Wait, no.
Yeah, no, it's good. So back to Abraham.
Okay. No, I was.
If anyone would like to read out, we have the list.
Okay, so I'm having trouble understanding why. Okay, from my experience with creating a party, I can tell you that parties will actively seek to have transfer students on their slate regardless, because it's a qualification that.
This year though. Did your party have a transfer student last year?
Yeah, we had.
Did your party have a transfer student last year?
But then.
Yeah.
No, they did not.
Should we not bring participants?
But
I know.
it's not about individual parties.
This year it does.
But it's not about individual parties, okay. And I would ask you if you have a motion, then you can interrupt me, but otherwise, I would ask you to not interrupt me.
I apologize.
Anyway, so I will tell you that I believe that the student body is smart enough to elect students based on their qualifications, and I think that the student body can assess if a party is diverse enough for them to vote for it. I think that the student body is smart enough to consider, hey, that party doesn't have any transfers on it, and if I want a transfer representative, I will vote for a transfer representative. So I think it's kind of undermining to the student body to say that we have to specifically allocate a position on the horseshoe for transfer students in order for that to happen. I think that our students are more than willing to elect a transfer student. And perhaps it's not the case that every year you will have every party that seeks a transfer student, but for example, this year we did end up with a transfer student on the horseshoe. I already am aware of other parties that have transfers on them. Obviously I can't speak on that right now, but so that's the thing, and I would say the reason why it becomes difficult to add a transfer student in every college is because the reality is that transfer students are hard to find that are willing to run. And the reason why I know that is because I've tried to actively seek transfer students to run in elections, and it was not an easy task. So that's why I would hesitate going even beyond the one. You can consider the one, and I don't think that that's too hard to find. But any other number I think is really difficult. So I just want to respond to those points.
All right, thank you, Abraham. Continuing on, Personnel Director.
Hi everyone. I do want to commend you, Hakeem, for being so proactive in this request for a second look at it. But because I missed this part of our meeting last week because I went to cheer practice, I do want to be able to share my opinion. I guess I would just say that it's hard to guarantee a spot for a student who may not be a better candidate than someone running against them. I mean, this isn't to talk about Coastal Hall and gender and all that stuff. It's clearly only just to talk about who is more qualified. And to guarantee one spot out of the few 16 that represent all 20,000 undergrad students, I think, I just don't really understand why you would pick a transfer student to guarantee the spot, because then what if, per se, only one transfer student runs and they're unqualified compared to all the others running against him? Should that candidate be selected just because of his status at school as a transfer, or should he be elected, he or she be elected, they be elected, I'm sorry, based on their qualifications? So I have a hard time, I don't get to vote, but I do have a hard time not mentioning that part of it. I think we all know, sitting on this horseshoe, that not only are we paid, but this is a great resume builder. But more importantly, we're all doing this here because we care about the student body. But we can't predict that in 5 years, if this passes through, that a transfer student won't look at this as a great opportunity to boost their own status for their professional life, to fill their own pockets. And I'm not saying, Hakeem, that that is what you're implying. I'm just saying that in 5 years, we can't predict who is going to read the Constitution and who's going to decide to run and maybe be elected if they're not qualified.
If you'd like, we'll just wait till the completion of the speaker. There are a few names on here. Yes. Next we have Fernando Echeverria, Senator Colette King, President Pro Tempore Devin Plazo, our Researcher Jessica Urquidez, Marketing and Promotions Director Rabina Todd, and then Abraham Galvan once more. Okay.
Can I have myself?
Yes. Okay.
I move to close the speakers list.
Okay. Motion to close the speakers list by Senator Herman Sega, seconded by President Pro Tempore Devin Plazo.
For objections, I withdraw my own motion. I would offer, like, if anybody else wants to add yourself now, then I would encourage somebody to then move to close it.
Okay. I will take all hands before that motion is made. Senator Ali Isles. Okay. And Senator Keith Brown. If you'd like, I can allow you.
He's at the end.
He's at the end. Right. Okay. After the vote.
So I move to close the speakers list.
Okay. Motion by Senator Herman Sega and seconded already by President Pro Tempore Devin Plazo. Good night, Trent. All those in favor of closing the speakers list? All those opposed? And abstained. By a vote of 1401, this passes. The speakers list is now closed, and we will continue with the next person, and that is Vice President of Campus and Internal Affairs, Fernando Echeverria.
I withdraw.
Okay. Moving on, Senator Colette King.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I know that Abraham has made it clear that we can't change this right now, but since we're on the topic already, I just thought we could bring this up for a discussion, small discussion. maybe like 10-minute discussion, about maybe making it a transfer director instead, since the numbers aren't going to really work out as Herman has explained. Why don't we have a transfer director? Don't you think that would be easier to implement instead of like a transfer senator? Because that way the transfer director can run the events, outreach to all the colleges instead of just representing one college. They would actually be able to do more than just represent like a single. Oh yeah, okay, I think I just said that. They would be able to do more than just represent a single college. They'd be able to represent all of the colleges, and then that way we wouldn't have to worry about, oh, if this transfer doesn't win, this transfer senator doesn't win, who's going to replace it? Because the only person that can actually run for that position needs to be a transfer, and that's who would be competing, just transfers for that one position.
Point of parliamentary procedure. That would be a whole another amendment, just so that everybody's.
Oh, sorry. Okay, then no discussion.
So point of parliamentary
idea.
So what would happen in that case? Because I think that that's an idea that could be considered, definitely. So in that case, Momo, would they have to downvote this one and propose a new amendment?
It's a completely separate amendment because she's proposing that we have a transfer director. So, and this amendment talks about having 16 senators and one of them being a transfer.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make this a big deal. It was just.
I know, I was just saying that so that everybody's familiar with what they're voting on today.
Okay.
Yes. Well, I would say you have 2 more weeks to write down legislation. We could go over and we could actually create a director position, full throttle with language, with duties, with everything. I propose that we call to question, and also so that we can actually develop this further.
And I'll help you with that.
Since we have 2 weeks now. Or 1 week. 1 week.
Is there any objection to this call to question?
Wait, point of parliamentary procedure?
Yes, Senator.
Don't we have to wait a week after LRC meets to vote on it?
No, that was updated in the required reading policy. It requires only 48 hours from legislation to go from LRC straight to Senate to be voted upon.
Okay.
However, senators do retain the right to object to consideration of the legislation and to table it. But that's something that's...
We'd also have to have an emergency meeting or another.
Right, it would be a calling of a special meeting, and that's something that's... Right. Okay, well, continuing on with the speakers list. President Pro Tem Ford, were there any? I called the question. It's essentially the. Wait, was there a motion on the floor? No. Because the call the question is, it goes back to the original motion on the floor. Right, and a vote hasn't been called. Right.
Is it possible to table this indefinitely?
Yeah. You could just withdraw your motion.
Or, yeah, either or.
Well, actually, a motion hasn't been.
It wasn't his motion.
It wasn't his motion.
So I withdraw my motion.
Withdraw your motion,
Yeah.
reconsider?
Yes.
Okay. Does that require?
However, can I make one final comment?
Okay, with withdrawal of the motion, the speaker's list has been absolved, and this discussion is tabled. Senator King-Brown, I'll allow you a few final moments.
Thank you, everybody, everyone, for your thoughts, your inputs. I feel like we've made concessions. I think that this route, whether it be a senator or director, but some officially recognized position for transfer students and ASUCR, is the right way to go. And that way our undergraduate and graduate government is representative based on what the school said, freshmen, transfer, and graduate. So I thank you all for your help and input tonight, and I look forward to working with you for our short deadline next week. Thank you.
Great, sir. Thank you, Senator King-Brown. Okay, that will, with the completion of old business, we can now turn our attention to the conduction of new business. Now that we've had the approval of the agenda and approval of the Senate meeting minutes, I do find it germane to actually inform the Senate legality of the previous vote that was taken regarding roll call and the excusal of Senator Richard Lee. The vote count was 7-1. In the rare event of a tie, the tiebreaker does go to the chair of the Senate, so in this regard, I will vote that, well, no, abstain does not count towards the majority, so it would be out of 14.
Abstain counts for.
Okay. Abstain does not vote. Okay, so like, yeah, in the very rare occasion that it does go to the chair, in this decision, Senator Richard Lee is not excused. Okay, continuing on, we will now on section E of our agenda, ex officio. If there are any ex officios in the audience that would like to come forward and present on business to Senate, please now is the time to do so. Whenever you're ready.
Alright, hello everyone, I'm Jorge Jauregui, ex officio of CSP. On April 4th, CSP will be hosting the Cesar Chavez 5K run. It'll start at 7:30 a.m. at the Bell Tower, and that's also when registration starts. I have the prices for registration. You could go individually or you could go in teams of 5. If you want to register individually, it'll be $20. If you're a kid, it'll be $10. If you get a team of 5, it's only going to be $80 for the whole team. And it'll be a fun run, a lot of events, activities, music, and I have some flyers.
Thank you.
And one more thing, just a reminder that the Diversity Council Town Hall meeting will be next Tuesday at 6:30 at the Tartan and Tea Room, where we discuss solutions and issues that represent the student body. And that'll be it, so any questions?
The Diversity Council was Tuesday at what time?
6:30.
6:30?
6:30 to 8:30.
At the Tartan and Tea Room.
Thank you so much. Were there any other ex officios in attendance? No. Okay. Seeing that, we will move now to public forum. At this time, if there are any members of the galley that would like to discuss any new Senate business, any business that you would like to bring to the Senate for our consideration, please come forward. We have a sign-in sheet right on the podium, so leave your name and email. The senators will be able to follow up with contact and then
My bad. While I sign this in, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Arturo Gomez. I'm a second-year political science major. I'm also the National Affairs Officer within ASUCR, and you know, because of my job, I have to make reports on the doings of USSA. If some people in the gallery don't know what USSA is, it's the United States Student Association. I just want to give a very brief report on what happened during the January board meeting in Arizona State University. We endorsed 2 pieces of legislation in Congress. The Diploma Accreditation Integrity Protection Act, introduced by former Representative Bishop of New York. The description is basically to reduce and prevent the sale and use of fraudulent degrees in order to protect the integrity of valid higher education degrees that are used for federal employment purposes. Basically, it basically is a dissent towards for-profit colleges as part of a Fund Our Future campaign in USSA. Another bill that we endorsed was H.R. 3047 to authorize borrowers of loans under the William D. Ford Federal Direct Loan Program to modify the interest rate of such loans to be equal to the interest rate for such loans at the time of modification. So basically it's for fair interest rates. It was introduced by Representative Hogan of Wisconsin. We endorsed that as well. And we voted to oppose the FAST Act introduced by Senator Alexander of Tennessee. The basis of our opposition was because it simplified the FAFSA too much, and it also pushed it to decimate student loans. And I also want to do a little report on LegCon. As the chair of the National People of Color Student Coalition, I am right now assigned to form a space for people of color. And I'm right now in talks with the other chairs of People of Color caucuses, so that way we can help create a space, and in that space we are helping, to organize an action that It involves a vocal opposition to the mass incarceration and the school to prison pipeline, which relates to the Ignite campaign here as well. It's part of a national campaign called State of Emergency, so they're both very similar. But that's it, that's my report, and I wish you all a good night.
Great. Thank you, Uncle. I do believe we actually have one quick question to remain at the podium real fast. I'll return to Jessica if you did.
Hi, Arturo. Thanks for talking. Okay, so the space that you wanted for the people of color, is that to like a call for action, or is that a meeting? This is the first time hearing from it. Is it organized through USSA?
It's organized through USSA. It's during LegCon in March. So we were basically forming a space of 2 hours. We were supposed to have 3, but then scheduling things up, and we ended up receiving 2 hours. Part of the space is to introduce students who are new to the space itself. But we're mostly focusing on the action which we will be conducting on Monday. So it's basically a space for both acquainting ourselves with the space and organizing. So yeah.
So all that will take place this Monday?
No, it'll take place the Monday of LegCon. But LegCon stretches from the 28th to 31st, I believe, if I don't have these dates correctly. We're sending a delegation of 5 students to DC. So. Yes.
Oh, so this is not going to take place at UC?
Oh, no. I'm simply reporting what we're up to. But yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Good night.
Great. Thank you. Were there any other members of the public that would like to ask before we move? Hello, yes, if you could just sign in and state your name for the minutes purposes.
It's on the podium.
It's on the
So hello everyone. My name is Melina and I'm with Katberg. I'm the campaign coordinator for the campaign Stop the Overuse of Antibiotics. So we wanted to give you some updates about our campaigns and about our lobby day on Monday. So the first update is very exciting for us because we've been working at the national level on our antibiotics campaign with other groups around the country to get McDonald's to stop overusing antibiotics on their animals in factory farms. And so we've been working really hard, we've been petitioning every week, and we've been trying to get the support of medical professionals. And these medical professionals warn that the overuse of antibiotics on animals in factory farms was making antibiotics less effective. And so today, McDonald's publicly announced that they would reduce the use of antibiotics on their chicken, so it's a huge victory for us. And so we're very excited, but we still have a lot of work to do because our ultimate goal at the end of the year would be to get them to stop overusing their antibiotics on all of their meats. So, second update is about our lobby day. So on Monday we were in Sacramento with a bunch of other students from Katberg from across the state. And so we went all together to lobby our elected officials on the issue of the overuse of antibiotics and also on global warming, and it was a huge success. Also, we had 45 meetings overall, and including meetings with Assemblyman Jose Medina, Assemblyman Rocky Chavez, and Senator Richard Ruff. So in addition to our campaign priorities, we also we also spoke with them about our efforts to strengthen our UCR chapter. So, as a reminder of our history, in the early 90s, our campus funding was attacked by the pesticide industries because we are running a campaign against this industry to regulate them more. So they put pressure on the UC regents to get rid of Katberg on campus by removing our waivable fee mechanism that students had previously voted on to fund our chapters. Happily, with the help of the Californian legislature, we pressured the regents to and we found a compromise. So we changed our fee mechanism to a voluntary pledge fee, which is a lot much weaker, but allows us to still exist on campus. A lot has changed in the last 25 years, including the leadership of the university, and there was also a US Supreme Court case in 2000 called Southworth versus Wisconsin Regents that stated that student mandatory fees could be used to fund political work on campus. So then, at the lobby day, 9 state senators and assembly members and 1 city councilman have committed to sending letters to President Napolitano, including Assembly Member Medina, chair of the Higher Education Committee, in support of our work and also in support of our efforts to strengthen our funding. And that's it.
And also, Rocky Chavez tweeted a picture of us. We took a picture with him in the meeting. He put it on his Twitter, which is really cool. And also, hi, I'm Dina. I'm the solar campaign coordinator, and I just wanted to invite you guys to our solar-powered smoothie event next Wednesday, the 11th, from 9 to 2. Yeah. That's basically it. Yeah.
Where?
Oh, by the bell tower. Yeah.
Wednesday,
9 to 2.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay. Were there any other members of the public that would like to come? Okay. Seeing none, we will move ahead into section G of committee updates. First on our committee updates, we have our personnel committee. So now at this time, I'll turn it over to our personnel director, Ashley Toronto.
Hi everyone, I promise this will be very quick. This is just for the senators. You should expect an email coming soon from my committee vice chair, Ryan Torrento. He'll be emailing you asking about your contentment in the committees that you're involved in, as well as your attendance and like what you've been doing and that kind of stuff, just to make sure that you're enjoying your placement there. Last quarter, I did try to meet with all of you individually, and I think that really helped, but I'm trying to do a new method this quarter to see which one works better. So please be sure to respond to that, because it's kind of discouraging when I send out 1,000 emails or my committee sends out 1,000 emails and nobody responds. But that email should have come out a couple days ago, so please be sure to look for that in your inbox. And then also, thank you to those of you who are chairs of committees that are on this horseshoe, because I've received all of your committee updates, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ashley. Okay, continuing on, we will now hear from our GCAP committee. So I'll turn this over now to our Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs, Fernando Echeverria.
Good evening, everyone. So we did have a GCAP grant actually go through the GCAP committee. Through the GCAP committee. It's going to be sponsored by Sustainable UCR, and if you're wondering like what the grant is or if you need budgetary information, I did send an email. It was rather late, so bear with me. But pretty much the project is going to be improvements for the R Garden. This was actually brought to us by a couple of engineers. Jason, actually the one sitting on a horseshoe, being one of them. Essentially what's going to happen is they're going to try to make a fully sustainable system out in the R Garden. It's going to include, just so I can read everything, sinks, soaps, and water collection and purification system for the R Garden. So essentially they're creating an entirely sustainable garden out there. They're going to make their own soaps, so basically they're going to grow their own soaps, make them in-house, completely sustainable. It's a really big project. They asked for $3,000 and $3,682.97. It passed GCAP with a 6-0 vote. I'll just kind of give you a rundown of the line items so you all know, and then you all can vote on it. So they asked for end caps, end drops, a gutter for $28.86, downspout extension for $6.56, downspout elbows $7.96, hanging brackets $104. Sorry, I'll just speak really loud. Gutter screens for $155.35, gutter connectors for $12.08, 1/2-inch PEX tubing for $994.75. That's going to be for the purification system. PEX pipe cutter for $19.61. A disconnects and a PEX clamp for $26. Depth and deburring for $10.59. Sinks large sinks, $700.98. Carrier with liftgate, $220.41. Faucet sprayer for $279.98. And then various connectors for a total of $400. And then estimated shipping charge of $100. To bring a grand total of $3,682.97. Can I get a motion to approve the GCAP agreement?
Okay. At this time, the chair will take motions. Irish Director Jessica Arquitas.
I motion to pass this GCAP grant.
Okay, motion by Irish Director Jessica Arquitas to fund the GCAP grant. Do I have a second? Second by Senator Christian Arredondo. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain. Okay, by a vote of 12-0-3, this passes.
And that is all.
Thank you, Fernando. Continuing on with our committee updates, we'll now move over to our Finance Committee. So at this time, I turn it over to Vice President of Finance, Irish Sheng.
Hi everyone. So just a reminder that next Monday, March 9th, will be our last finance hearing for this quarter. So make sure you sign up. The deadline to sign up is this Friday at 5 p.m. They are on a first come, first served basis. So you can either call into our ASUCR front desk or come in personally and sign up for a time slot. And the allocations for this week are as follows. 908 for Sisters Against Social Injustice. 1,500 for the Hmong Student Association grant for their Hmong Cultural Night. 825 for Legends Community Service Group. 1,098 for Transport Student Association. 908 for Riverside Origami Club at UCR. We have also allocated to hold 25,000 from the club reserves in order to suffice for next quarter's organization allocations. And lastly, we have allocated 1,500 to Fernando for his special events plan in his budget. And that's all.
Would you like to make?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So I saw that you allocated 1,500 for the Hmong Cultural Night.
Yeah.
Do you know when that event takes place? Because we also, I don't know if it's their outreach event, but we allocated a certain amount of funds for outreach for their outreach event, and they hadn't had their outreach event. And when I last spoke to another representative, they said that that event was canceled. So I don't know if that was in place of it, or if they're trying to use the outreach funds and finance funds, or is that something that you can't answer?
I know, well, this is for their cultural night, and it's being held at the UB Theater. So most of the 1,500 is to cover the UB Theater fees. That was like already required of them. So I don't know anything about the outreach.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the finance allocations.
Okay, motion by President Pro Tempore Devlin Collazo to approve finance allocations. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Fabian Escobedo. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstained. All right, by a vote of 15-0-0, the allocations pass. Oh, I'm sorry, 14-0-0. Okay, continuing on. We will now move to our Outreach Committee on subsection 2. So at this time, I will turn it over to our Outreach Director, Jessica Arquitas.
Ooh,
Hello everyone, thank you for coming out tonight and sticking around. I'll try to keep it short, I know there's a lot of things on the agenda, but I wanted to say thank you especially to Senator Reed today for helping conduct the outreach committees, snaps to you. I wasn't able to be present, but I have an awesome committee and they were able to run the meeting without me there. So they're taking on the responsibilities and basically dividing up the responsibilities for the spring outreach event, which I still have not gotten any participants from the Horseshoe other than those that are on my committee. So I'm hoping to get more active participation with people on the Horseshoe once spring quarter starts. But that, like I mentioned, we already divided up the responsibilities. We're meeting with different individuals in different departments. Another thing that's taking place under my office is the student life outreach. Student Life Outreach Workshop. So the departments that will be attending or participating are undergraduate admissions, campus tours, risk management, hub event scheduling, student life, and ASUCR's outreach office. So we'll all be present, and that's going to take place tomorrow at 4 p.m. inside the Student Life Workroom. And if y'all have never had an outreach event or you wanted to get that information, that's a great resource. It tells you what to do once you are allocated funds or once you have funds. And you'll be able to just go to this event. They'll guide you to what office and which department to go to next. That completes my committee report.
Great, thank you so much, Jessica. Continuing on, we will now move to our Legislative Review Committee. So I will turn it over now to our President Pro Tempore, Devin Parker.
Hi everyone, thank you for coming out today. So I'll yield the first part of my committee report to Daniel. I don't know if, yeah, okay, you're still here. Yeah, so go ahead, you can explain everything you did to LRC, and you can kind of go over everything that you need to.
So, good evening everybody. My name is Daniel Lopez. I'm a third year linguistics and anthropology double major. And I've been working alongside many groups on campus, including undocumented student programs, Chicano student programs, Poder, Our Garden, and Sustainable UCR, among others, to establish a food pantry on campus like almost every other UC. So is there a way that I can do it, or okay? So the reason why the food pantry discussion began was because, according to UQuest, the undergraduate experience survey conducted throughout the UC system, 35% of UC Riverside students were skipping meals in order to save money. And sadly enough, that makes UC Riverside the highest of all UCs. So yeah, as you can see highlighted, Santa Barbara's at 24, and they're about the same size. So I'm going to be referring to Santa Barbara a lot because they are about the same size in student population. And then Berkeley and UCLA are among the lowest at 22 and 23%. Next slide. And unfortunately, this affects students of color at a higher rate. So as we can see, they're divided as whites, Asian, Latino, Chicano, and Black and African Americans. And throughout the UC, 22% are African American, 20% Chicano Latino, 16 are Asian, and 11 are white. And for UC Riverside, this number grows to 15 for white, 22 for Asian, 23 for Latino Chicano, and 25 for African American. And then this is the latest of the UQuest survey. And in 2014, it went down slightly, but we are still at 32% campus-wide students skipping meals on campus. So if I can get
Hi, my name is Nelly. I'm a student parent here at UCR, and last year we conducted actually a survey for student parents, and some of the numbers that we have, if I can yeah. So basically, like a little bit of background for us student parents here at UCR. The majority, I'll go really fast. The majority of ours are students of color, and 31% of student parents have one child. 63% have one child, 31% have 2 children, and 6% reported having 3 or more children. And something that really struck us is that 58% of undergraduate student parents are living below the poverty line. So that's why we're asking for us to be included in the food pantry, because for us, it's not just us missing the meal, but also our children missing our meals. So other thing that we, can you go to the next slide? Yeah. So one of the questions was, how stressed do you feel? And I did like a chi-square, and you could see right there, there's like a little graph. And so basically students that are making $0 to $2,500 a month, many students live with less than $500 a month. So you can see that students living on those levels are stressed and very stressed. So that's why we're asking for student parents to be included in this, in the food pantry. And the things that we're asking for are basically to include diapers and formula and other infant food in the food pantry, because many student parents have children that are, between those ages that actually need that kind of, I don't know, like food or elements. So that's basically it. So thank you for your attention.
So the reason why I stand here in front of ASUCR tonight is that we will be the last UC, as of my knowledge, we will be the last UC if we establish a food pantry now. UC Berkeley, well, as you can see on the PowerPoint, most food pantries are hosted under UC Berkeley with collaborations of different departments throughout their campuses. The only others would be UC Merced, that is hosted by Student Life, UC Irvine, which is hosted by SOAR, the Student Outreach and Retention Center, and they are working on trying to expand it because their office does not have the capability to really provide the need that is requested by the campus. Santa Cruz is in the progress of establishing theirs, and UC San Francisco has declared that they will be establishing theirs sometime in 2015. Can we get the next slide? Yeah. So these are some of the facts from the food pantry at UC Berkeley. Because of rising tuition and increased book costs, as well as living expenses and food, a lot of students were left to decide whether they wanted to feed themselves or continue going to school, because food is usually the first of all the expenses to go when you are a student. You want to ensure that by the end that you have this degree, and food is usually usually one of the things that you're like, oh, I can do that later, I can do that later, I can do that later. And as a UC system or a UC school, I believe that it's not something that students would have to deal with. It's not something that a student would have to go and decide, oh, should I buy a book that will help me for my class, or should I save up in order to have food for the rest of the quarter? And as you can see, the mission statement for UC Berkeley is, the food pantry provides emergency non-perishable foods to UC Berkeley students while they explore campus food security resources. So not only do they provide this assistance to students, but they also provide other avenues as to not exhaust the resources available through the food pantry. And like many others, they're not open all day. They've established certain times to try and even though they are not open every day, they try and keep hours that will be accessible to as many students as possible. And then these are some of the partners for the food pantry at UC Berkeley. So the Executive Vice President of Public Services, Health and Wellness, the Financial Aid and Scholarship Office. So as you can see, this isn't something that is exclusive to ASB or just certain students. This is something that has become campus-wide and an initiative to ensure that students receive the education that they've come to the UC system to receive. And like I said, Santa Barbara, they're about the same size as us, and it's very similar. They are open Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 9 to 6. So they're one of the food pantries that are open most compared to the rest of the food pantries. And in regards to funding, they started an initiative, a student run initiative of $1.81 to student fees in order to pay for the expenses that the food pantry would take on as it began and as it expanded, and for a graduate fee of 85 cents. And I would like to say that, you know, in a perfect universe, we don't ask students to take on any more expenses. But as I saw when I went to Santa Barbara and saw the food pantry in operation, it works beautifully. The students can enter and leave the space with groceries and food enough to last them a week. They also seek donations from Student Affairs, as in funding, and then Greek Life. I know that UC Merced hosts a competition among Greek Life to establish the biggest, to make the biggest canned castle. And they give out then like a trophy or some sort of prize for whichever group provides the best, most ingenious, and largest amount of canned food. So in the first year, they were able to collect over 35,000 items to distribute to their students from the food drives that they hosted. In spring of 2011, during the summer, they still maintained operation with a total visits of over 38,000 students just during the summer. And well, I won't go through all the numbers just to save time, but the overall expenses currently for the year of 2014-2015 have been $48,000 for UC Santa Barbara's food pantry. And the total cost to begin this project, this was actually just given to me by one of the staff members at the food pantry of Santa Barbara, was $24,000. That money was used to retrofit and accommodate the space for easy access and food storage. And then there was a side of $45,000 for staffing that UC Santa Barbara required to maintain a staff in the space. But as I saw from other food pantries, the staffing hasn't been required in all of these spaces, and I hope it can be true for UC Riverside to ensure that we can provide as many resources as possible for students here on our campus. Let's see. So currently, about 1,100 students visit the space, and since 2012, they've serviced over 4,000 students. And like I said, the current expenses have been $48,000. So the current project that I'm working on, that I am presenting to you tonight, is having a physical food pantry similar to that of UC Berkeley or Santa Barbara. And not only that, but for the meantime that we do not have a physical space, we have an idea of having a mobile food pantry in which we set up a temporary space in which students can go and maintain their anonymity and still receive that help. A huge part of the food pantry here at UC Riverside is education, and we would like to have workshops on budgeting, cooking, and eating healthy on a budget. And then another part that has been vital to the food pantry has been our collaboration with our community garden on campus. Through that education avenue, we want to ensure that students who participate in the food pantry also learn how food is grown and processed to then them receiving it. So with our garden,
hello everyone, I'm Tracy. I'm an Our Garden intern. I've been working at the garden for almost a year now, and I have my position through GTAP. So I just want to give props to the students who started this and the undocumented students. You know, they kind of started this issue and looked into it just because it affected them, but then realized that it affected pretty much everybody on this campus. So, sorry, my mom's called me. So yeah, so what the Our Garden is, we're a community garden located in the corner of parking lot 30. So we have 3 acres and we have 3 students and 1 staffer working. And we just want to say that we're fully supportive of the food pantry movement, and once we find a physical space, once they find a physical space, we want to provide them with fresh produce, fruits and veggies. And so we want to do that, but we need the physical space to do it properly and safely, and that can't happen without the support of AS. And so it would be really great for you all to take this opportunity to support the students, to support all these diverse groups who are affected by food system issues on our campus and in our community. And it really is an opportunity to support this 35% of students. And it's just kind of crazy seeing the fact that we have the highest numbers on this campus. So it's wonderful to have the opportunity to address that now. And just as we heard earlier, the garden is about sustainability, but it is also about education, and it is a social resource for a space for all these groups to come together and learn about these issues and to grow from it and to really take back power of our own food. So that's all I would like to say. Thank you so much.
So, currently as of now, fortunately, undocumented student programs will be providing $2,000 of their budget to begin and help fund this program. I was a fellow for the UCUP, so the Office of the President's Global Food Initiative, and I was awarded $2,500 for this project as my own, but I would like to put that forward for the beginning of this project. Also, there's a UC-wide coalition under UCUP, under Global Food Initiative, to pressure UCUP for more funding. And then there has been sparked interest from the Student Affairs Office in providing assistance for this through grants and also money. And then these are different groups that I've been working with and are huge supporters of the food pantry. ODER, which is the undocumented advocate group on campus. We have Chicano student programs, Mecha, La Familia, which is LGBT people of color group on on campus. Housing and dining have also been part of the conversation. And just kind of going back a little for the garden, we've already had conversation with risk management and EHS about any liabilities, and they've already said that because the garden is part of the university, it will make it much easier for students on campus to access fresh and local produce directly from the garden. And as many other schools have done it, they provide the produce daily. So they'll bring in a shipment in the morning, and usually it'll be gone by the afternoon. And as I said, the current and strongest partnerships have been government student programs, our community garden, and we hope ASUCR to be added to this list soon enough. And the main goals of this food pantry, as I've been going over throughout this presentation, is to provide free nutritional and hygienic assistance to students, reduce that 35% of hunger and malnutrition on campus, provide educational workshops on production, consumption, and food justice, which is a huge issue, not just in the UC system or UC Riverside. It's a national issue that has to be addressed. And provide information of on and off campus resources, such as SNAP and CalFresh. And then my question now would be, are there any commitments that ASUCR would like to put forward for this program? Thank you.
Senator Reed-White.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to the galley. Danny, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Me and a few folks on this horseshoe sit on the Legislative Review Committee, and I know that there were some friendly amendments made to the resolution that we're going to be voting on today, and that pertain somewhat to some information that was missing, but I love how much you elaborated, and I definitely give you so much credit for that. A conversation that me and Senator Christian Arredondo as well as Johnson had earlier today pertained to the space issue and the staffing issue that we had spoken about in LRC. I know originally there was some hesitation about having the ASUCR kitchen as the space for the food pantry, but I personally don't see that as an issue. Because there are a lot of things within that kitchen that we cannot use, and I would love to see those things wiped out and replaced with things that students really need, especially because we do attend a campus that so desperately needs this pantry. So I would definitely encourage you all to support that and talk to the people that are in opposition of having the kitchen as the pantry. For staffing issues, I brought up the idea of having volunteers. Hopefully, like any senators that are interested can volunteer so that they can distribute the food if that's something that needs to be done. I know that you mentioned the issue of anonymity, and I couldn't agree with you more. I would love it to be like an honor system, but if we do want to get the ball rolling and like maybe have like a survey of how many students attended, that might work in our favor so that we can speak to administration about other opportunities for funding so we can show how much students really do need to use this pantry. So yeah, I just wanted to open up the idea of having like ASUCR representatives volunteer as well as other representatives from the community at large. Thank you so much, Danny.
Great, thank you. Any others that like? I'm sorry, Abraham Galvano.
Yeah, so I wasn't in the LRC meeting, but I heard about a lot of the concerns with relation to space and funding, and I definitely think that those are concerns that we really have to analyze well. But I do want to see this happen. I think that it's something that we need on our campus. To know that there's such a huge number of students that are skipping meals, that's something that is necessary. You can't really be focused on your education if you don't have your general needs as a human being met. So I think that this is one of the best things that ASUCR could do. I understand, however, that there are questions, so something that I talked to Daniel before this meeting, just because since I do want to see this happen, I already was aware of a lot of the questions that would come up. And for example, one issue is that space issue. In terms of the kitchen, like I don't see the kitchen being really an adequate space for us to fund it. I think that the meeting room that's adjacent to the kitchen that has that big conference room table but also has another table, I think that there could be a space made inside of that meeting room that could be retrofitted to house a pantry. Currently, if you look at it, we have just a bunch of stuff on the corner, like just sitting there. When we could easily maintain the conference room, we looked at it and there's enough space for us to put up one of those like fake walls or something, and like make it fit, you know. So obviously that would require some money for us to retrofit that space. And I do understand that there's concerns because like in order to access the food pantry, people would have to come in through all of AS. And the concerns there are just the traffic that would be coming through AS, and also, for example, if we're trying to maintain anonymity, everybody in the office would see who's going to the pantry. So there are still questions that we have to answer, but just from that quick moment of brainstorming, we came up with that space. I'm sure that if we're doing this in collaboration with BCSA or the hub, we could definitely find a space. I know that there's been space issues with relations to the centers, but this food pantry, at least in its inception, at least in the beginning, would be something small. It wouldn't require a large amount of space. So I don't find it hard for us to find that space. Also with regards to staffing, I understand that we might ideally want to have like a full-time staff person that would oversee and coordinate it. That would require funding, but we wouldn't necessarily have to have that. One of the officers in any position could take that up. We could create a position that would oversee it. We could do an endless things. The reason why I'm bringing all this up is because I want to show that it's possible for us to address these questions. I don't think that it would make sense for us to, at this moment, make a commitment that we will establish it immediately, that we're going to try to do it. But what I want to propose to the horseshoe is that we include in the resolution, and I'll make an amendment when the resolution is on the table, but I would propose that we make a committee to assess the feasibility of a food pantry and to answer a lot of these questions. Like for example, we would have to know exactly how much money it would cost to start up the food pantry on our campus. We would have to know what commitments other departments are willing to make towards this food pantry. We would have to have a better idea of who would run the food pantry when it's starting. We would have to know where these food donations are coming from. So that committee would be able to address those questions and would be able to take action as it goes along. And then that committee would then develop a full proposal for this Senate to consider. And at that point, we would establish the food pantry. I think it's important for us to have those questions resolved, but I think that gets us much closer to establishing the food pantry, which I think is a goal of everybody on this horseshoe. Just people want to make sure that they know what we're getting into and that we do it right. And I think that if we do that, there needs to be a conversation of, in the meantime, like what services can we provide to better address that issue. But I would like to see us do something. I don't want us to just pass a resolution saying that we support it, because we've seen in the past that we could pass a resolution saying we support things and not necessarily have any follow-up. I want us to make something that will make us work towards getting closer to having an idea. So that's that. We can consider that idea when the resolution's on the table. But I also had another question, and my question is more so that maybe Stephanie can answer. Now that the deadline has been extended for elections work, has the deadline been extended to make amendments or to propose new referenda?
I think that's okay to extend that deadline as well.
Because if that is the case, I know that I'm not sure to what extent I can talk on the horseshoe with regards to elections.
You can't mention any referendums that have already been submitted or that will possibly be on the ballot. Is that what your question is?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't mention it.
Okay, so Daniel, I will talk to you separately about getting funding for a food pantry through the elections process. It would be a good idea for us to consider if we want to run something like that, so that when the committee is actually meeting in the following year, they have an actual amount of money to work off with, so they can see what's feasible for that. I'll talk to you about that separately, I guess. So, yeah, that's that.
Great, thank you. President Pro Tem Plaza.
Hi, thank you so much for your work and all of your emails and getting me all the sources and everything. I really do appreciate it. And I think this is a great initiative. And in response to what Abraham was saying, if you could pull up the resolution, I'd like to propose an amendment and add a clause, let it be resolved at the end. Let it be further resolved that ASUCR will work in collaboration with the co-sponsors of this resolution in the form of a subcommittee in order to further develop this idea, and I'll figure out the wording, but that's my amendment is to ensure that ASUCR works in collaboration with everyone that's involved in order to make sure that we do get the ball rolling and not just say we support it and leave it at that. So I'll type that out.
Okay. Abraham Gallo.
Yeah, the only thing that I would say with regards to that amendment is that we should indicate a specific individual that will be in charge for following up with the subcommittee. I would volunteer to do so, but I feel like I can devote my time better to my actual duties for my position. So I would suggest, Fernando, if you're willing, that the Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs take the lead on developing this subcommittee. Are you fine with that?
That's fine.
Okay. If there is no further discussion on the legislation before us, then I will open up the floor to motions to amend or approve. Right. Right. Well, I'll add the motions and we'll vote on them individually before we approve the.
I motion to pass this resolution. Did I word it right now?
We'll go through amendments first and then pass the.
Okay, so, hold on, is there a second to the motion? That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna do a second to the amendments, but has that
Do we have the
motion? I make.
Do we have the wording? Because before you make your motion, if we could have the wording.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Let it be further resolved that the ASUCR will work in conjunction with the co-sponsors of this resolution to ensure the development of the food pantry in the form, do we want to add in the form of the subcommittee?
You can do it in the beginning if you say the ASUCR Vice President of Internal Affairs will work in collaboration with the, etc. to accomplish.
You can also say Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs will establish the committee and work with the co-sponsor.
Yes.
Yes, if you could just read it out for the minutes.
Oh, yeah. Let it be further resolved that the ASUCR Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs will work in conjunction with the co-sponsors of this resolution to develop a food pantry development committee.
Okay.
Actually, it'll be finally resolved.
Before I hear a second, are there any other points or motions on the floor at this time? Seeing none, we will, do I have a second for President Pro Tem for Devin Plaza's motion to amend?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Fabian Escobedo. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? And abstain. The amendment passes. Okay. If there are no further amendments, the chair would now highly smile upon the motion to pass this bill. Okay, our Director Jessica Arquidez.
I motion to pass this resolution for the ASUCR.
Okay. Motion to pass the food pantry resolution by Outreach Director Jessica Arquidez, seconded by Senator Christian Arredondo. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain. Okay, by a unanimous vote of 15-0-0, this resolution passes.
To everyone that was in collaboration on this resolution, and thank you, Daniel, for coming to the meeting. And I know there are a few other people who were also at LRC. Thank you very much, and Amanda will be in contact.
Thank you all for your time, and as of now, for just really quickly, our current food pantry meetings are actually in Chicano student programs at 9 in the morning on Fridays. So if you don't mind waking up early on a Friday morning to really change people's lives, then I would really encourage you all to come out and support. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Before we wrap this conclusion up, I think our Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs has a few words.
First, I might challenge you that 9 o'clock is early in the morning, but that's okay. First off, I just wanted to commend Daniel and all the students who worked so hard on the proposal. I want to commend ASUCR for your vote. This is an issue that is of critical importance to the Division of Student Affairs to the extent that I'm willing to make a commitment at this point in time of $10,000 to vote for We've also been working behind the scenes. We've actually established a pilot food pantry in our Guardian Scholar program, which is our foster support services program. So we've worked through a lot of the details of the administration of that. The space is a critical issue, and that needs to be worked through. But what I'd like to do is to volunteer student affairs to be a part of your committee that you're putting together. So hopefully we can move this forward. My goal would be to have something, decisions made as quickly as possible. So not only do we have an active plan, but we can have something in place for the entire campus by the end of the academic year. And again, I look forward to working with you. And there's a lot of things that we're thinking about within the division, such as providing nutritional programming, cooking, how to shop, those type of things to help students to move forward in the budget. So again, thank you very much. It's just a wonderful moment for the campus.
Our Vice President of External Affairs, Abraham Belmont, also has a few words.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you, Jim. Those of you that saw me immediately when you stood up, I was pulling my chair up and putting my microphone close because I wanted to ask you for money. I'm very glad.
I knew it was coming, so I might as well just go ahead and volunteer.
I'm very glad to hear that, and definitely this is a project that, if AS does, will require the collaboration of so many campus departments and organizations. So I'm really happy to see our UCR admin willing to work with us, and I know Fernando looks forward to working on this more, and I look forward to helping as much as possible also. So thank you.
Yeah, I heard. Okay. President Pro Tem for Deborah Mazur.
Okay, so moving on to my second piece of legislation for the evening.
Two microphones. Sorry.
Yeah, it's on. I'll speak a little louder. So, to move on to my next piece of legislation, it's a resolution regarding degree audits and student information and student identification. It was authored by Senator Akeem Brown. So if you'd like to go ahead and speak about it.
Thank you, Devin. Simply, this is a resolution requesting that our registrar include our identifying information on degree audits. Currently, if you pull down a degree audit, you know that your name is not on it, your student ID is not on it. However, everything else is there. It's almost like a transcript, but it's short of a transcript. But if we want something that has our name on it, we have to pay for it. That can be an enrollment verification, or it can be an official transcript. But there are certain services that we can access that ask for some type of document that shows our enrollment, or our grades, or our progress. Certain scholarship committees only want a certain time that don't require a official transcript. Certain bank accounts you may open up, certain fellowships you apply to. There are a lot of things that you can use for that does not have to be official. So in order for us to do so, we need to pay at least $20 for a degree audit and somewhere between $30 and $40 for a transcript. And I think that students already face enough burden, already face enough costs. I think it would be cool just to have our name on there, our student ID, and at least our address, because that could be used for so many things other than official purposes. So that's what this resolution is about. I'll read it. It's very short. It just says, whereas the University of California, Riverside provides students with a degree audit, which lists students' complete collegiate academic history, including former and in-progress courses, and grade point average in the same manner as a transcript, whether official or unofficial. The degree audit does not contain students' names, addresses, and student ID numbers. Since the degree audit does not contain students' names, addresses, and ID numbers, then students are forced to pay at least $20 to have a document certified that does, or purchase an official transcript at the cost of at least $30. Whereas students should not have to pay for anything for a document that lists their complete collegiate academic history, including names, addresses, and student ID numbers that is not an official transcript or enrollment verification. If the degree audit did contain students' name, addresses, and ID numbers, then it could be used for simple purposes, such as scholarships, fellowships, and other programs and services that do not require enrollment verification or official transcripts. Therefore, let it be resolved, the Associated Students of University of California, Riverside, ASUCR hereby requests the register to begin to include students' names, addresses, and student ID numbers on all degree audits requested through GROW. Just a simple request. Hopefully they're able to comply with us. I don't know what the technicality would be. I just find it quite odd that when we even pull up this ID, nowhere on GROW does it say your name at all. Maybe if you look at your iLearn account, you may find, not iLearn, but your RWeb account, your name is there, but not when you pull out a degree audit. And so I think it's important that we have it there, because otherwise to me it appears that it's excluded so we can go and buy a transcript or an enrollment verification. So yeah, I would ask you all support. It's something that I think a lot of students would appreciate, especially students who do not have extra capital to fork out every time a verified document is needed. I know my grandmother used to give me money for my grades. Why would I go pay $30 for an official transcript to give my grandmother my grades? And if I give her something that has like my grades and no name, she'd be like, well, you made this up, boy, where's your name? So it's just important. I know certain close people, they do that. And so it's just important that we have at least our name and address on it. It has our grades, why not put our name on it? So.
Okay. At this time, I will take hands for discussion. Okay. If there's discussion. I actually did have a question, not for you, Senator, but Vice Chancellor, if there's any way, if you wanted to weigh in perhaps on maybe an explanation on how the registrar conducts its degree audits.
Well, right now we're actually in the middle of implementing a new student information system, so the timing is right for the request. I think that there's probably going to be a number of, I don't think the technology is the issue, something to be done. There may be some policy considerations, and I want to be clear those policy considerations are likely not the matter of not putting your name on there so that you would have to go and pay to get your transcript, but rather security and privacy and having that information left on the web browser if you're on a campus computer or something like that. So I think that a communication with our registrar would be ideal. She would be able to answer the specific questions on the policy side of it, and then also to be worked into the implementation of our new student information system, which is currently scheduled to be to go into production in winter of 2016 in about a year. And they're just doing the engagements to finalize the front end piece to it, so timing's perfect for it.
Great, thank you, Vice Chancellor. Okay. If there is no further discussion, the chair will open the floor up to motions at this time.
A motion to pass the resolution.
All right. Motion by Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs, Fernando Echeverria. I think that's second by Senator Greenblade. All those in favor of passage of the resolution? All those opposed? And abstain. All right, by a vote of 15-0-0, the resolution passes.
Thank you, everyone. And if there is another constitutional amendment, please let me know ahead of time by Friday so I can call an emergency LRC meeting, because technically the last one was this week. But yeah, please let me know by 5 p.m. on Friday if something else comes up. And thank you to everyone in the galley that stayed through the rest of my report.
Great, thank you so much, Devin. Okay, continuing on, we will move to Section H of reason. What? Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry. Review for Marketing Committee. Skipped right over you. Go ahead.
Just real quick, once again, we're closing out the quarter, so this would be an excellent time to bring some projects if you are already planning them for spring quarter. I'd like to thank many people that already have come to speak with me about them. So real briefly, I'll just go over some open projects we have, and as always, marketing committee meetings are Wednesdays from noon to 1. Next week, we are planning on having it be our last committee meeting, so if you do have anything, that would be a great time to attend. So food truck planning is well underway. The marketing has been all in place, and actually, this is a good time. Stephanie, we wanted to ask you, one of the plans was to get a kind of reusable vinyl banner printed for the food truck festival, as historically, there's been a couple times where they've hung that on the Costa wall area where you can kind of reserve space for it. I know this year that kind of overlaps with elections, and those are going to be used for party banners. There are 3 banners, so I don't know if you can tell me right now or maybe privately if we're going to, like, I don't want to reserve that space for now if you're going to need it.
As the elections deadline was just extended, I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, that's fine.
So I can talk to you after that, but that, well, I won't have an answer for you for a while because that depends on if parties turn in the banner to me, which isn't due until March 28th.
28th, you said?
28th, yeah. So I can get back to you then.
Sure. Also, we have Scotty's Late Night Lounge coming up. Devin came to speak to me about that, so get excited. It just gets better every quarter. It's pretty great. I don't want to spoil anything, so I'll let Devin talk about it as she sees fit. But a lot of cool stuff happening. We're definitely planning on more giveaways, more blue books, more Scantrons, different Scantrons, cool mechanical pencils, a lot of food again. Just make it a really nice area for students to relax in. We will be using our Highlander half-page ad for that week 10, so just be on the lookout for that. In terms of marketing, I know last quarter it was really great because it was one of those weeks where a lot of people showed up to table, and a lot of people took flyers to disperse to their respective communities. So if we could do that again, please be on the lookout for my email. I am anticipating getting more flyers, so we can do that again. So just please check your inbox or mailboxes regularly and check your emails and help out, and we really appreciate it. Next, in association kind of with Scotty's Late Night Lounge, a couple freshman fellows, we started last quarter and they're planning to do a more freshman specific finals week event. Scotty's Late Night Lounge is actually going to be the Monday and Tuesday of finals week, and this freshman event is going to be Friday, right before in the Pentland Bears Cave. One of the things I noticed last quarter when they had it, I kind of just happened to be there because I had no class, but I saw that they definitely could have used a lot more ASUCR support and guidance, and that's not a reflection of this horseshoe. We just didn't have the time they didn't really reach out, and we didn't know about it respectively. But because they are trying to do it again this quarter, I really think it would be great if we were involved, but definitely let them take the reins, just kind of show up, help support, help mentor them, answer any questions or difficulties they may face. So myself and Devin are going to be meeting with the collaborators of that event, which are Fernando's fellows, Shagufa and Sharon. So if you do want to sit in on that meeting, the meeting time is going to be next week. It's still going to be decided, but just shoot me an email as soon as you can so we can make sure to find a time that works with everyone. But they've done an awesome job even on their own last quarter, and I know it'll just get better. We kind of got better food than we do, so it should definitely come out. Let's see, next, for a team's initiative of creating a best practices card of how to deal with law enforcement, he sent me a lot of links and resources with what the ECLU kind of suggests. So we're definitely going to be sourcing ECLU a lot in our best practices card. If Akeem wouldn't mind maybe forwarding that to the entire horseshoe to get their input as well. I'm planning on having all the facts organized and sorted out by Friday and having a design made. This design is going to be kind of cool. It's going to be like you could fold it up pocket size and maybe leave it in your wallet, so that way we can push it out to students and make sure that they can actually carry it around and have some useful tips of do's and don'ts and your rights and responsibilities on it. So once again, if you would like to collaborate on that, it's quite an exhaustive list. We're trying to cut it down to the most pertinent things. Let me know. In addition, all the GCAP facts have been finalized for their water conservation initiative. So I will have a bookmark for that ready this Friday. So hopefully we can get it printed out and ready on Monday. That just reminds me, Corey, I'll text you for an account number, but if you just want to shoot that to me, that'd be great to use on the rec form. Oh, cool. Okay, Fernando's, show you that over here. Also, we have our Feminism Awareness Week that I was informed was going to be pushed back to spring quarter. So I think that'll be great. If those collaborators want to come to marketing meetings next week, I'll definitely throw up the time once my committee decides the time for spring quarter. But I think it'll be great. I'm really looking forward to that balloon initiative we have. Maybe take a lot of video coverage specifically on that day. But I look forward to working with them on that. In addition, Fernando and Corey, while you're here, I know Sean spoke to me today about there's a couple events that ASUCR will be doing next quarter that overlap with Earth Week. So I just wanted to reach out to you now and see if GCAP had any activities or any events planned during Earth Week. If so, if you'd like to come to the next meeting, marketing meeting, to speak about that, that would be wonderful. Maybe just throw around some ideas. But that way I would just know in terms of how to best combine all the activities we have going on for that week. In addition to the events to keep an eye out on for next quarter, these are actually really great if senators want to jump in because they're still in the preliminary stages. So there's a lot of leeway here, even in terms of marketing, with like the theme we want to take, the approach we want to take. Olivia from Internal Affairs has notified me of these events. One is the Multicultural Festival that is going to be held on April 22nd from 5 to 8 p.m. And the second event is going to be a Mental Health Awareness Week, which is going to be from May 11th to May 15th. So, hopefully, now that I know about this now, for example, the Mental Health Awareness Week and the Feminism Awareness Week can really push off and feed off of each other and gain publicity for each other's events as well. So that'll be a really great thing that we can do. Next, I know Jason's going to speak about Project DTR, but very briefly, even in marketing, our marketing meetings, we've been speaking about Project DTR. We have some plans. I know Jason's reached out to me with some requests for marketing assistance, and a couple members, including myself from the committee, will be attending the Project DTR meeting, which are Tuesdays at 11 in the conference room. Perfect. All right. Tuesdays at 11 in the conference room. If you want to come off your input, maybe think of some creative ways to market Project DTR. I know we also have a logo sample prepared, so we'll be presenting that in your meeting to see what changes you'd like to make to that. And the last thing is that I am just the last thing for the Diversity Council Town Hall. Marketing's kind of set to be ready, but we just needed some more information about the actual event, which I believe Johnson will be sending me. So as soon as that happens, we will get started on all the publicity, Facebook event, things like that for it, because I do know that's coming up. Yeah, that's all.
All right, we'll take hands. External Affairs, Abraham Galvan, and Senator Herman second.
Yeah, perhaps I should have added a separate report for this, but the reason why I wanted to address during marketing is It's On Us campaign at UCR is going to be launched on April 1st, and ASUCR, I myself have been on that committee consistently throughout all of its planning, and I've done it by virtue of my position as Vice President of External Affairs, since one of the campaigns that we had is U-Consent, and I felt that it was very related and relevant. So we've been trying to work with campus partners on any sexual assault work. So one of the things that we'll be doing is that It's On Us launch. So ASUCR will be tabling at that launch event. It'll be on April 1st. I believe it's during the nooner. But I wanted to get help from marketing, but I wanted to get even more so help from all of the horseshoe. I would really think that this would be something that would not only be my office working on or marketing, but would be an AS-wide, initiative. I think it'd be really cool if, for example, at that table, I'm gonna have information about the U-Consent campaign as it relates to UCSA, but I know, for example, on this horseshoe, other people have done related work. And I know that when we've been talking about this event, we've been bringing it not only as just purely what the It's On Us thing is, but any related issues. We would like students to have access to a wide array of information with regards to the subject. So first off, Raveen, I would want to ask you how we would go about planning that tabling, just because I know that unfortunately next week you said is your last meeting, and then we have finals and spring break, so we don't really have much planning time for it. And then I would want to see if anybody else on the horseshoe is interested in working on that. And if you are, you can contact me so that we can have a big AS presence at the launch event. So yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, so
were there any volunteers?
That's also the day we're doing the tabling for the Positivity Week. So we could totally merge the two, because there's 4 of us that are going to be tabling for that all day. So we could totally do a multi-table, and then I'm sure all of us could show up then. So
yeah. Okay. Sounds great.
Yeah, like I was saying, tabling, we can help you in terms of setting it up. If you want to make a dual poll, get people to sign up. The only thing I will say is that participation in these doodles and tabling events are kind of struggling, or lackluster, I guess. So just once again, if you do see those posts, if you do see those doodles, I really appreciate if either Senate signs up or ECAB signs up, or gets their committees to sign up, because it really is important. As I've said at the beginning of the year, I would like to have tabling every week, but for that to be successful, we need events that are planned that we can table about, and we need enough volunteers to come out for tabling. So if those 2 things are in place, I would be happy to come out every week with you all, but that just hasn't seemed to be happening. So I'm really glad we have 2 events now lined up for tabling. If you ever want to table, you're more than welcome to. I mean, you can always check out the Easy Up and all that, but if you could just let me know real quick, so that way I can help out wherever I can, that'd be really great. So yeah, you can. I'll get you in contact with Pyle. She's my campus event coordinator that can help set up the tabling process for you.
Great.
In addition, that kind of reminded me of 2 more things. One, the tiles. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about those. I'm kind of just waiting for spring break because I'm gonna have to somehow figure out how to get it all up and make some sort of frame or something for it. So I have kind of scattered out a location near where the picnic table is for the Bears Den. There's like a frame there. Hopefully we can move that frame and put up a couple of shelves to display the tiles. Maybe even start hanging them where those other squares are, where clubs can do it. But please expect all of that to be ready before week one starts. I'll kind of devote spring break to figuring all that out. Also, we need a new calendar for our Facebook cover profile. I know I've been asking for events last time, but now this is the second time around. Hopefully you'll have some more events planned. We're going to do one after spring break. This one is just going to relate to week 9, week 10, finals week, and spring break if there's any meetings, if External Affairs has any meetings abroad that you think just would be cool to let the students know about. Can you all please let me know? I know Kevin and Shant, I let them know last week to have some events for me. They said they're still trying to get into contact with you guys. I don't know. Finance, if they have any deadlines, any elections deadline, outreach deadlines, LRC deadlines, can you all please send that to me tonight? That way we can just have everything ready and so we don't have to keep taking down our cover picture to update it again. So it's just going to be 4 weeks. And yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. Senator Hebron. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Herman second and Senator Hebron.
Yeah, so I noticed you talked about Scotty Late Night Lounge. I was just wondering, there's another initiative that was started 2 years ago by associated students that's called the Snack Wagon, started by Senator. It happened last quarter too. The only thing was last quarter, both events happened at the same time. So it was detrimental to the Scotty Late Night Lounge. I was there, as well as Christian and yourself. So I was just asking you, as marketing director, can you make sure or try to make sure that it's organized in a way that those events don't happen on the same day, so that we can get to most. Yeah. So that was just my question. I didn't know how that was.
Right. Senator second before I'll get to the round just to make sure because I was there for the first night of those events. We passed out flyers for Scotty's Late Night Lounge as we went around giving out snacks. I think there's a way to make those events actually work in conjunction with each other rather than. Okay. But I understand. Okay. Let's see. Can I add the speakers list? We'll go through. Yeah. Okay. We have Fernando. Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I also thought that it was kind of distracting to have both, maybe like if they were worked out better. But to my recollection, and we have market minutes and all that, I was never told about the event, or I was told that it wasn't happening. So I was strictly focused on Scotty's Late Night Lounge. I didn't know this event was going to happen until a few hours before it did. So yeah.
Okay. Fernando.
So I talked to Nafi about Snack Wagon, and I will be taking over for this quarter and probably for next quarter as well. I will also be including all of you in an email to see if you all wanted to volunteer. I've also got in contact with the library because they've seen it as a disruption in the past couple quarters. They just want prior notice for when we do come in, so we're making sure to keep lines of communication open. But as far as this quarter, we will collaborate and we will work together. It was just a recent conversation I had, so I hadn't mentioned it to the Horseshoe or you with me. But it will be happening and it will be coordinated correctly, so just so you all know.
Comment. And Senator Akeem Brown.
I withdraw. Or actually, I yield my time to
Thank you. I don't know how to put this eloquently, thank you. I do not think it's a good idea for you, Fernando, to take over the Snack Wagon. This isn't because I think that you will do this, but it has been done in the past where the Snack Wagon has been used as a campaigning tool. And so, would you like one of the senators to take over the Snack Wagon?
I won't be specifically in charge of putting people out. I'm just going to provide the funding.
Oh, chill.
Yeah, so I was going to leave that to y'all. That's why the Google was going to be open and I wasn't going to use it. I guess for those reasons. I know you're not accusing me, but
right. Yeah, like I
was going to
said.
be open to everyone.
You're so rude. Me?
President Pro Tem Gordon.
I just wanted to, if it's okay, can I give details about Scotty's Late Night Lounge right now to kind of I was gonna wait till my announcements, but, so it's taking place, March 16th and 17th, which is the Monday and Tuesday of finals week. It'll be the same times, 8 p.m. to midnight. I need a lot of help from senators. I'll be doing 2-hour shifts, and I want a few of you there. I have a few ideas. I'm working in collaboration with the general manager of Hub Restaurants to kind of work out all the details. And I got some good ideas from the marketing committee today in regards to like chocolate muffins instead of bran muffins. And if you have any other suggestions that you want me to relay, come see me. I'm willing to listen to those. But on Monday, March 9th, which is next Monday, or this coming Monday, I'll be sending a Facebook event. Ravine and his committee will be making a Facebook event. And then a flyer. I'll need you all to change your profile pictures and help market basically everything that Christian had you do last quarter. And then, yeah, so just look out for that. I'll need a lot of help. I'll send out a doodle by the end of this week, early next week. And we're doing 250 blue books, 100 green Scantrons, and 50 red Scantrons to kind of accommodate to the different courses that people are taking, psychology majors, etc. And then some of the concerns were that there weren't enough like creams and sugars for the coffee and not enough cups. So we're going to make sure we're able to accommodate. We're expecting 250 people each night. So we're hoping to accommodate for everyone. And I'm relaying all the concerns to the hub. So please come to me if you have anything you would like to include or you want me to ask. And if you want to hear my little surprise that I'm planning on bringing to the event.
I love surprises.
It's food. My surprise is food, but I'm still
good sandwiches.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Yeah, so getting back to the snack wagon, just to go based off tradition, and I'm not saying that you wouldn't have done this, whoever's in charge, I would say not only just invite senators and other elected members of this horseshoe, but also invite all members of AS. And in the past, various committee members were allowed to help AS pass out. And not only, like, we're being inclusive of all members that allow AS to be such a successful organization on campus. And then lastly, I do see Colette's concern, maybe allow somebody who's quote-unquote impartial, maybe somebody on the elections committee to do it if that is a legitimate concern. I'm not nominating myself. Yeah, but okay, we should talk about this later. We'll talk about this.
If you'd like to volunteer. Okay. Okay, that exhausts the speakers list. We will move on now to other items on the agenda. Section H, presentation. We have Senator Jason Ramirez. So at this time we will upload the presentation onto the screen. And Jason, you're ready to begin.
I'm preaching. All right. Hello, everybody. Everybody left in the gallery. Thank you for staying here. So this kind of goes back to when I was initially campaigning back in elections last year, around this time last year, or a month after this time last year. Anyway, I really wanted to change the campus culture. I really wanted to improve not only school pride, but also the city of Riverside. I wanted to make sure that the city of Riverside and UCR are at least to some extent collaborating and that we're using all the resources available to us. A lot of areas, a lot of businesses in the area offer a lot to the students, such as discounts that a lot of us don't know about. So basically, I'll get to it in a second. Basically, this project is called Project Downtown Riverside, and the main push is to get everybody to downtown Riverside. All right, so next slide, please. All right, so what is it? And essentially, this is an initiative to get UCR students to go downtown, obviously. It's also an initiative to get businesses downtown to support and encourage more student involvement. And it's also an initiative to bring a better campus climate to UCR and the city of Riverside. Now, touching on the second point, The reason that we want to encourage more student involvement downtown and get more businesses is because a lot of the bigger schools, a lot of the big California schools, they have like a lot of traditions they do with their local restaurants and things like that. And I know for us, at the time, it's Getaway, but I would like to improve that to not just Getaway, but like Heroes, Molino's, Back to the Grind, all those places down there. So for example, after sporting events, you can all go down there and have a good time, like for example at Lake Alice or something like that. Next slide, please. And so at the moment, there's a couple people involved. Chad Senator King, the social media guru, currently balancing like 3 Instagram accounts. Also, business interns, I'd like to thank Fernando very much for giving me such awesome interns, or giving yourself such awesome interns. They're awesome. Andy and Emily are the best. They're awesome idea machines, and they've literally been amazing. They've been helping me so much. Also, there's obviously marketing's involved, a couple other people involved, but these are kind of the main people at the moment. Next slide. And so this is the purpose. So this serves a couple purposes. It's to create an alternative social outlet for students to get the college experience. And something that was brought to my attention before was the whole ordinance issue with not only parties in general, but just like noise, garage bands, things like that. Believe it or not, a lot of these places are very, very supportive of local bands, and they're very supportive of students to go out there. And so this is, like I said, an alternative social outlet to where students can actually do it in a safe environment. Most of these places, for example, restaurants, bars, or things like that, alcohol is it's limited. They have bartenders. They have people that actually, are trained to know when somebody is a little too intoxicated, too not intoxicated. At some point, I would actually like to start working with the well and have open communication with them. The next bullet point is gain a closer relationship to the city of Riverside. And this kind of goes hand in hand with improving, I guess, UCR's reputation. Kind of going to the last point, take care to the next level. So essentially, if we have a better communication with city, with businesses downtown, I think our city as a whole and our college as a whole would be a lot stronger, a lot better, and more attractive to students, not only transfer students, but any students, right? Because I mean, as much as as big as UCSB, as SDSU, UCSD, all these, like I said, these big California schools, what do they have? Great academics, but they also have a good social scene. And I think that's something that UCR is lacking at the moment. I would like to bring that. Next slide, please. All right. And so progress. So since the project started, we've done a couple things. We've established a committee that meets weekly. That includes Senator Colette King, some of the people on marketing, the business interns, a lot of people at the moment. We've already started creating a relationship with restaurants and bars downtown. We actually went downtown this past weekend and we visited around 10 locations. I think 3 or 4 of those actually offered specials just for students. And of those, I think it's 6 other ones, 5 or 6 other ones, they were actually very open to the idea of starting some kind of college night, some kind of student night and things like that. And they're very, very open to collaboration. We've made the necessary relationships, we've gotten the necessary numbers, and we hope to really move forward in spring quarter. And on top of that, I've been also talking to Sevilla's. I've been talking to one of the promoters. So hopefully we can make their whole college night better, because I don't know if you guys have ever been to the Branding Iron in San Bernardino. Yes, maybe? Yeah, well, it's a lot funner than Sevilla's is, and I want to change that, so be on the lookout for that. Also, we've been seeking help from the marketing director to prepare for future social media and literature. So basically, our big idea was to get the best deals of every week. So for example, like the Hideaway Cafe, after 4 o'clock on Mondays, they have $5 appetizers and $2 beers, right? So we want to go on Instagram, maybe promote that a little bit, make sure that the students are aware of what's going on, and then make sure that they're getting publication as well. Next. So future plans. So there's a couple things we have planned or that we want to plan. This is working in conjunction with marketing and the amazing business interns. So we plan to unlock WeGo for UC Riverside. For those of you guys that don't know what WeGo is, it's similar to Eventful, but it's completely just for social purposes. So philanthropy, fraternity events, sorority events, community service events, like the downtown scene, things like that. And the cool thing about this is you can only sign up if you're a .edu student. So it's only for students. And itself is pretty cool. If you want to look into it, just Google WeGo. It's actually really cool. On the East Coast, a lot of colleges use it. On this coast, it's getting more popularity. I think at the moment it's like at 20 schools right now, including UCLA, USC, and Berkeley. On top of that, we also want to create a social media presence through Facebook and Instagram, like I mentioned earlier. Colette's she's been the one that said she's gonna kind of take charge of that, which is gonna be great. We also want to create a campus presence through tabling and other campus resources. So we definitely want to use tabling and things like that to try to get this whole project out there and try to get it going. Also, we thought it'd be awesome if we had a spring kickoff downtown somehow. At the moment, we're not entirely sure what it is. But for those of you guys of age, we're thinking about doing some kind of dinner at Heroes and then a pub crawl or something like that. And I think that'd be something to really increase networking and really get students to have a good time, meet new people, and have a good time in general. Next slide, please. And so help and support. This is where you all come in. You can help by supporting our different social media platforms. All you have to do is like or follow. That's it. Next, offering ideas to further improve this project. So please come to our meetings, show up. If you guys have any ideas, anything that you've seen in the past that you would like to change, please talk to us. We're very open to ideas at the moment. You know, a lot of like the younger people have been kind of the people throwing out ideas, so I mean, don't be shy. And then lastly, and this is probably the easiest thing to do, show up to downtown and have fun. So, I mean, I encourage you all to go downtown. Hopefully in the next coming weeks we'll have social media presence and you guys will be able to actually see what deals they have, what places offer discounts and things like that. And I mean, if I invite you guys to go and, you know, get some dinner, you guys better come with me. And next slide. And so contact. How can you get a hold of us? So meet every Tuesday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. in the ASUCR office and by email. At the moment, I'm the one taking minutes and sending out minutes, so you can email me, but I know all the business interns are super receptive to anything like that as well. So I would really look forward to having you guys support this project. It's not going to be something that's going to be able to just, you know, be successful in 1 quarter or maybe even a year. This is going to be something that's going to have to continue rolling forward and that we're really going to have to push for, you know, later on. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Is there any questions?
Just applause. No, but I think there were some questions, but you know, I do actually, I'm glad that was a great project you've been working on, so glad for the round of applause. I think Fernando, you had your hand out, and Senator Collecting.
Just be on the lookout because I have sent a representative from Riverside City Council to kind of go and talk to y'all. Alejandro will actually kind of escort him to your meeting, and they're kind of also coming with the business interns. It's just that they had ideas also to propose, and they heard about DTR, so they want to collaborate with y'all. So you're gonna get like some city support too.
Okay, perfect. Just briefly touching on that, I talked to the interns about that, and they actually told me that they were talking to the city, and then they just kind of cut off communication to them. So I'm kind of excited to hear that they're back at it. I was kind of disappointed.
Senator Clay.
Hi. Okay, this actually isn't a question to Jason. This is a question to Ravine. I was just curious if you had any like information on how to best go about like broadcasting the Instagram or like, I don't know. For instance, I'm doing 2 Instagrams right now. I'm doing one for our course and one for ASUCR elections, and I guess a 3rd one because I want to promote my own. But I don't know how to actually go about. I don't know how to actually go about getting followers because I've been liking
so many followers.
Yeah, I was gonna say. No, not of my own. I'm just talking about ASUCR elections. I've been liking everyone's photos to get followers, but I'm just curious, since you're marketing, I'm sure you have like a better way of going about it.
So the way I do it, and anyone can feel free to jump in, but at least with like other accounts, one really important thing is definitely to find a lot of the accounts that are UCR pertinent, especially the fraternities and sororities, because they're kind of always on their social media game. The next thing is when you make posts, tag these accounts in your picture so they definitely get a notification. So if you go through like ASUCR pictures, you'll see like we tag like 20 or 30 like campus departments, different fraternities, sororities, the SRC, like whatever is relevant, tag them. So I mean it pops up on them. They might follow you if they aren't following you already. And also Sundays at 10 p.m.
Okay,
that's a magic.
During
Please don't use that, that's my post. And then kind of actually maybe just talk about the Instagram in relation to DTR. I was just going to save this for Tuesday, but considering we have thousands upon thousands of likes on our Facebook, about 4,000 now on our Instagram. Here. I would really, I'm going to talk about it more in depth, but what I would like to propose is stick to using the hashtag for Project DTR, so that way a lot of users can also jump in and like the hashtag is trending if people want to see that, as opposed to a new Instagram account, because as of right now, ours is like, we don't have much to post on it. This would be an excellent way to use our Instagram, and we already have over 4,000 followers. So that's like a great way to jumpstart it with the hashtag. We can definitely go back, talk about this on Tuesday, but I just wanted to throw that out.
Sounds solid.
Senator Summershed.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask about WeGo. Like, is that like in contradiction with Venful? Like, would that be like taking away from Venful? Because I know we had some difficulty like getting people to post events on Venful, and so like, how is it different?
From my understanding, Venful is for student organizations, correct? Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is not for student organizations. This is a social media platform for everybody.
So I could be like, my birthday party and come to DTR.
Exactly.
Okay.
You can say, hey, I'm having my birthday at Heroes, and you can go on there and you can invite people to come down. And then you can also take pictures and things at the event. And you can, at the end of the night, it actually erases everything. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's kind of like Snapchat, kind of like a Facebook events page. It's not supposed to compete with Venful, but it's supposed to be like more of like a social scene as opposed to like a group organization type deal. Yeah.
Are there any other hands? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
This was in response to Colette. You should also look into getting campus shout-outs. You could also talk to Student Life and everyone to shout you out. They have plenty of likes. I think Reem can also guide you in that aspect as well, because she also worked.
Live at UCR?
Yeah.
Hey girl, hit me up.
She can help you out. Delaney. So there's lots of people.
Sorry, that was so unprofessional.
Delaney can definitely help you out too. And also, Colette, you can also look on Google. There's statistics on what the best times are to post based on different demographics, so you can also look that up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, if there was no further discussion, we will continue with our agenda. Thank you, Jason. Okay, at this time, section 9 of our agenda, public comment. If there's any members of the gallery that would like to comment on any of the updates, legislation, or things that have been discussed over the course of this Senate meeting, please come forward and do so. Okay. Yes, Senator Brad. One.
I was going to ask if I can talk to the public comment.
Did you want to wait until roundtable and announcements?
It was more up for discussion.
Yeah.
You're good. You just have to relinquish your rights as a senator, and then you can adjust as something.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
Okay, but
sure. Yeah, if you'd like to go.
Do I still have to sign in?
Twice.
Alright. Hello everybody, I hope you all know who I am. CNAS Senator here, Herman Deep Singha. So I just wanted to say that this is really awkward because I vote and I'm talking about stuff that we voted on. So I don't know. I'm gonna talk if I'm out of order, Momo, please let me know. Okay. So our gear had its release to the whole student campus today. I was gonna ask how many of you all participated, whether, and it's unfortunate that Nafi isn't here, the coordinator of it. However, there were, quote unquote, I had a very lengthy conversation with Nafi today. I was actually walking to my car. It was 1 o'clock and I noticed chaos. And so I decided to help out with it. I ended up helping out until my 4 p.m. class. I actually ended up eating lunch with Nafi at Bears End. But, side story, but getting back, you know, as also a student of UCR, I don't feel that it was organized as well as it could have been. I want to ask Senate, how many of you all were informed or involved in the process of organizing the event today?
Is this a standing vote?
No, I'm not voting. I'm asking a question. I didn't ask for any votes. That's just a question.
Show
Okay. Yeah, so the reason why I asked this is because there was a lot of misinformation, especially, I would argue, and I'm making up a number, but I believe there's at least 500, if not more than that, students in line. I personally saw the line starting at Bearsden going all the way to Hinderacre Hall. So that's a lot of students, and I know various students were standing there for longer than 2 hours. And why I bring this up is I personally had a point of contention with NAFI. And what happened was that I was trying to make sure that no walkway was being blocked. So making sure no stairway, all stairways and stuff still had access, that the line was then blocking. And as I was walking down, one of the students in the line told me that they had been informed that if they were in the line and they did the form, that they would be getting our gear. And when they did the form, I believe, and I may be wrong, the title of the form was Our Gear.
Your our gear is ready.
Your our gear is ready for pickup. So a lot of these students filled out the form. The line started operating at about 1 o'clock. A lot of these individuals filled out that form and they did it post 1 o'clock. However, the title of the form still said your our gear is ready to be picked up. And then they were then informed that if you are in line, you're going to get it. And when I asked Nafi who were the people like that told, who were the individuals that are quote unquote in charge of this? And he told me that there were quote unquote official volunteers. When I asked him who are these official volunteers, he did not name anybody but Oscar, and then said anybody Oscar designated as a volunteer. I then went on to say that, do these volunteers have any sort of way to be recognized? Are they wearing lanyards? Are they wearing shirts or anything like that? No. I'm an elected official of ASUCR. I was quote unquote volunteering. Am I an official volunteer? I'm an official and I'm a volunteer. I don't know if I'm an official volunteer. So it was very confusing. So there was a lot of individuals helping with the process. However, these individuals had misinformation and it was very chaotic. I know that the members of this horseshoe that I saw there can attest to that. But what I'm trying to get at is, as a student, as an individual who's been paying $12.50 to this organization every single quarter since I've been here, I don't think it's fair that if we are spending $53,000+ on this initiative that is not being implemented correctly. There was too much chaos. We should be very on top of it and it should be very organized. So I had a lot of questions that I had wished Nafi was here to respond to them. But does anybody have any questions for myself or any additional points to add? Can anybody? Or on a side note, I really do wish Nafi was here, and maybe I think not only should we watch live stream, I believe there should be a meeting next week too. There's a lot of things to discuss, but I'll do something with the center. But yeah, Michael, if you could take questions.
Yeah, let's start with President Pro Tem Gordon.
Okay, so I've had some issues with this the past few weeks since kind of the release of our gear. I think most of you or all of you got the email about the release, and it was for a Wednesday scheduled during Senate meeting, and I'm sure, like myself, a lot of you wanted to help with the distribution of our gear because that was a big publicized event for us, and that's kind of, it's a showcase, specifically on the students around the school, something that we've worked on. And so luckily I was able to help out, and then I assumed from that point, since I voiced my concern with NAFI, that I wanted to be involved and I hadn't really heard any information. Still, I heard from the pro staff that they were passing out to freshmen the following week, a few days. I stayed, I helped out, and then today there was still no communication regarding volunteering. I don't have class on Wednesdays. I could have been there the whole time, and I was there a majority of the time. But I was just I was rubbed the wrong way with the fact that there was no really communication with our help. I think the event today was incredibly unorganized. There were people just walking kind of right into the bear's den without having their things checked, without having everything, and people were waiting in line outside. And I think if all of us, or everyone who could have helped, could have been there, I think it would have ran a lot smoother. And I think that in the future, with big events like these, in any office, any senator, I think we should really consider reaching out to everyone, regardless of whose project it is. And that was my main issue, was that none of us were really included in the process, and I think that's something that would have been really great for all of us. I know I got to talk to a lot of students, a lot of first-year students, and kind of hear about how they feel about AS. And I think it was a large burden for the pro staff as well. They were passing out every day, like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, for the past 2 weeks, with the help of a few of us. I know Christian and I were there a few days. And I'm not blaming any of you because many of you didn't know that this distribution was going on, and I think that's problematic in itself. Yeah. So in the future, I really think that just try and communicate your events, and regardless of if you want to take the credit or not, you can take the credit for your event, that's fine, but don't try and save the whole event and kind of leave it just to that, because it's proven as of the past few weeks that that's not okay and it's not going to run smoothly. And if you had the help of Ravine, Herman, I know we were talking, Fernando, outside of the Bearson for a while, kind of voicing our concerns. And so I think in the future, for anyone watching the Highlander, anyone who will be in office in the future, just really communicate and inform everyone who's working in the office, not just whoever planned the project.
Next we have Senator Keem Brown. Senator Keem Brown, Abraham Galvan, Senator Reed Blake, Senator Delaney Koenig, Senator Summer Schaefer, Rabin Rathon, and Outreach Director Jessica Arquidez. Were there any more hands at this time that would like to be added?
Like, I'm still allowed to talk.
Yes, I'll allow you. Yeah, you can back up. If there are no hands, then I will close the speakers list.
Thank you, Herman, for bringing that up. It's ironic that we both motioned to bring up RDIR. I've had an issue with RDIR from the beginning, since it was done over Summer Powers meeting during the Summer Powers. And I understand we can't go back on what we spent, yeah, but I think an initiative that big, we all should have been involved in from day one until now. One of my main concerns is the transparency behind it. I still have not seen the minutes from the summer of that. I have not seen them. I think the students are looking for them too. Are they online? If they're online, please correct me.
I had a conversation with the Highlander about that. They'll be on the website.
Okay, and then secondly, I've heard concerns today that I guess the initiative was that. Let me just go to my text. I got a text from a student, and yeah, the concern was yeah, if we basically the student wanted to know how could we say we used local labor or whatnot to produce these items when the sweatshirts themselves come from Honduras. That was one of the main things that was brought up. And then the fact that all students did not get a sweater, of course, like I had a concern with earlier on. So with this initiative, if this is something that ASUCR is going to do going forward, I would recommend that you all who will be in office next year or know someone who will be, sort of rethink this initiative, because it's a very large initiative. And mind you, we got committed to this initiative because of the campaign promise. And so I just want to remind everybody, please don't go campaigning, promising things when you don't even know you're going to get in office, because you see what the problem has trickled down to even till today. And another thing, if you're going to promise something, make sure you're promising somebody something that's actually going to vote for you.
Dang, that's real.
Abraham Galvan.
Okay. Wow. So, yeah, I have concerns also. I think it would have been ideal, obviously, for us to be notified that this was happening. Like I brought up in an earlier meeting, like I found out through housing that the distribution event was even going to happen. So I've already voiced my concern with that, and I've already talked to Nafi about it. I'm hoping that in the future we can see progress in that area in terms of communication. It's obviously really late in the quarter now, so I'm not sure what other projects are going to be done. But I just have, I guess, first off, Michael, I wanted to ask you if you could give us a reason why Nafi is excused tonight, just because I know that hasn't been communicated, and I think it would be helpful for everyone on the horseshoe to know. I know he has class first, a part of it, but I know, for example, Ashley does a really diligent job of going to her meeting and coming back right after. So could you just explain? I know it's been a couple cases in the past where he's been excused without us like really knowing why. So I think it just helps with everybody understanding why and whatnot.
He was excused tonight to clean up the art gear. Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay,
his official volunteers?
Sorry. Well, he's coordinating the entire event, so he's overseeing as they like work out from the Bears Den and extended the past time. And then classic club.
Okay, cool. So I just wanted everybody to know so that people can be aware. But I also, like, one of the biggest issues for me was seeing, and I know that pro staff won't say anything, and but one of my issues was I felt like it was very unfair for us to use professional staff in that way, because professional staff, like, is constantly running AS as a whole, and for them to be caught up on just this initiative throughout the whole day for multiple days, I think is really unfair to them. I know that it would, Amy, for example, coordinates like my travel like everywhere, and like SLC travel and VegCon travel and all that stuff, and like I wanted Amy to be available for if I had a conversation with her, but today I was not able to do any of that because she was just there like on a computer doing that. I'm not sure why pro staff had to be it. I'm assuming it's something related to like student information, but no?
No, well, definitely not because...
Lori, what were you doing?
Well, it was kind of a last minute, again, we wanted to get the hoodies out while, before finals week, so we were kind of informed of it.
You were just like volunteers?
We were asked to help.
Official
They asked
Official that part.
and there were five, he said there would be 5, but we didn't expect it to be so huge, so we, stayed there.
Sorry.
To make sure. No, it's okay, I mean, that's okay. It's
not your fault for
that. Still went okay.
Okay, so I had assumed that it was something like that required professional staff to be managing it, but now that I'm finding out that it's not, that it makes it even slightly worse for me. I would say that we can definitely take strides in making sure these events are more organized, but I would also say, like, in fairness to Nafi, to whatever extent that can be done, that he could not have foreseen, or I mean maybe he could have, but it's unmanageable when a bunch of students are all of a sudden deciding to go to your event. And I'm not by any means trying to justify what happened, because obviously I voiced my own concerns with it, but I just know that I want us to be mindful in regards to that. I know that there's a lot of times when I've had events in the past that I thought I like foreseeably knew how many people would come and how it would go, and that just was not the case. And I think that it's very likely for that to have happened again in this circumstance. But I, like I said, I'm not by any means trying to justify or undermining any of the arguments, because I wholeheartedly agree with everything that's been said before me. I just want us to also consider that.
Great, thank you. Senator Replay.
Hey everyone, Herman, thank you so much for bringing this up. I was actually wanting to bring it up during the roundtable and announcement. The only thing I wanted to say was, of course, to echo the sentiments of what everyone already shared about communication, and hopefully in the future we can have better organized events by telling everyone in advance, because I went over to the event today to help, and I did see Christian there, and he was there for so long, and I wanted to help, but as soon as I went, I was told to do something that I didn't feel comfortable doing, because I felt as though I was relaying information that would not be guaranteed, and I want to be responsible for that. So what I wanted to say was to apologize, because I didn't have direct involvement with the planning of this event, but I know that a lot of students were upset. Some of them were justifiably upset, others were upset because of certain things that we couldn't accommodate in this project. But I do know that some situations were handled really poorly, and I witnessed a lot of them, and I think Christian could also attest to that. So I wish there were more people in the galley, but hopefully if anyone from the Highlander or the viewers of the YouTube video are watching, they know that AS would definitely have wanted to serve them better at this event. but there were some fallout. So yeah, I do apologize for those students who experienced difficulty during this project.
Senator Delaney Cook.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to find the email on my phone so I could directly quote. But I agree with everything that everyone has said, obviously. I think they're all very fair and logical points. Something that I heard, because I, like everyone else, did not hear this until I got the email, and I was, coincidentally enough, around probably 15 or 20 people when they all were getting an email. And something that they really had an issue with was at the end when you had to click a box saying you support doing this every year. And they were great with the marketing, like that was fantastic, so shout out to Rabin and whoever. Okay, the marketing was great. I liked the hashtag idea. It was kind of overwrought, but like the idea of the hashtag was a great incentive. But as far as saying, the form did not leave an option to give your opinion. It told you to think a certain way, and then you got the sweatshirt. And just through my moral compass, I didn't really feel that was right, because your judgment can fall where it may, but I just wanted to bring that up because the group of students that I was with found that to be very problematic, and they, as a result, didn't get a sweater and didn't wait in line. And the other thing I wanted to make clear is I really like how in the past when other members, like with the trigger warning, like that was sent out under ASUCR's name and it was brought up and voted upon, and so I could speak with confidence to my fellow peers when they would ask me about it, because as representatives of ASUCR, I feel like we should always have each other's back, and it's impossible for me to have someone's back if I have no idea what the email says and someone's coming up to me, why did you do it like this, what does this mean? You know, it's impossible for us to be on the equal playing field and be coworkers and teammates if it's so last minute like that. And so I'd appreciate if any time the ASUCR seal is attached to anything, that we could know like what's going on. I just feel like that is common courtesy.
That's great, thank you, Delaney. Moving on to Senator Sever Schaefer.
Yeah, so I wasn't informed of this at all, and I agree with what everyone was saying, that I didn't even know this is happening today. And so, Herman, I was actually wondering, since you were there helping out, or whoever else was there, Christian, since you were talking about how there were students who had waited in line to fill out the form, were there any students who were turned away?
Yes.
Yes, so Michael, can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the way it worked, and there was a lot of miscommunication amongst the volunteers, official and non-official, and the individuals waiting in line. And this is my timeline. I was there personally from around 1 to 4, and then around 4 to like 4:45, I sat down and Nafi and just talked to him. But there was that survey that Nafi, or I think Nafi sent it out to the whole school. And if you filled out that survey by 11:45, according to Nafi, you are guaranteed our gear. Now the line at Bears Den opened up at 1 o'clock. So what they said is, if you are in line, and now I'm about to tell a little story, but if you're in line and you have filled it out by 11:45, you are guaranteed it. So if you were in line, you filled it out, it doesn't matter if you're at the end or the beginning, you got it. Then the second thing was, if you were in line and you filled out that form post 11:45, you didn't receive our gear, you were told to email ASUCR president at ucr.edu, and then Nafi would get back to you if there were any sweatshirts left. However, they didn't start implementing that until I would say around 2, maybe Iris or Ravine or Christian or anybody else that was there can attest to it. But around 2 o'clock is when they started doing that. So if I was in line and I filled out the survey post 11:45, so let's say I filled it out 11:30, I'm in line before 2, I got it. Sorry, this is getting kind of confusing, but that's what happened. And I can also say there were, like I think Devin was saying, there were a lot of students, you know, they filled out it the night before, they saw the line all the way there, they just walked in and they didn't say anything. And I actually did saw, and I'm not going to say who, but I did see official volunteers telling them, quote unquote, next time wait in line, but they didn't stop them. And I'm confused. I'm seeing a ridiculous amount of people cutting line. I don't know what to do. You know, like I even saw some of my friends cutting line. I didn't stop it. Not because of my friends, but because I've seen so many people cutting line. I didn't know what to do. And I'm technically not even supposed to be volunteering there. So that was kind of the way it worked. I don't know. And when I asked Nafi how many sweatshirts do we have, he didn't tell me. And at the end, and it ended around 4 o'clock. I don't know, like, how many they have left over. I have no idea. So that does that answer your question?
Yeah, like approximately how many students do you think were like told that they couldn't get a sweatshirt?
A lot.
A lot. I easily was there when over 60 probably. Like as I was in Bearden.
Okay, I was just wondering because, yeah, I wasn't aware of that until just now, so thank you for sharing that information with me. Also, it came to my attention too when I was at the non-traditional student task force that according to what I knew about this initiative, I thought that first years included transfer students, but apparently it did not, and the transfer students were just kind of thrown into the rest of the students and even though they're graduating in 18, and so it should say like
whatever
18 on them, like they were put into the general.
Not all of them say 18.
Not all of them say 18.
Wait, really?
They
all
They all
say
say class.
Well, either way, I think the transfers should have been included with the first years on getting them previously, and I was embarrassed to find that out when I was sitting on that task force. So I'm with the sentiments of you all, and I hope that going forward we can better communicate. And I apologize on the behalf of myself as a part of this association that this was handled so poorly.
And I'm sorry, I believe it was recorded in the minutes that Nafi said transfers would get them before.
Yeah, he did say that. So
that was asked.
Yeah.
Right. I believe from like further developments on the program, it was later changed a few weeks before the release that it would just go from the first years and then
But that was
all
never
of the other classes.
Yeah, just our last communication.
That was never
Right.
ever communicated to the student.
I understand. Continue on, we have Marketing Director Rita Thought.
Hi guys. To start off with, I actually didn't have any planning in terms of the marketing for that. Spoiler alert, just like all of you, I found out from the mass email. So I voiced my concern about that, and I was told that the mass email is notification enough. So that's that. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I saw some concerns. I'm really glad that the program happened. I'm glad that at least the majority of students were able to get their hoodies. I mean, our gear is something that I thought was good to have on our campus. However, I noticed substantial flaws, and myself and Herman were trying to communicate this, and I guess the vibe we just got was that the fact that it happened means it's successful. However, I firmly believe that there were numerous easy ways to definitely exponentially grow the success of this event that weren't undertaken. That's kind of why I'm a little disappointed with it. First of all, definitely from a marketing perspective, I really would have liked to have been included in the conversation. For example, I wouldn't use 3 hashtags. There are just little things like that I would have liked to be consulted on and just give my input, seeing as those are my job responsibilities. In addition, there was a noticeable lack of the office, and of course I don't blame any of you. For the most part, I believe we're not thoroughly informed of when this event is taking place or have a request for volunteers. And because of that, one of the problems that we saw were that a lot of people were line cutting. The line extended so far, so things being communicated kept changing, and in addition to that, you don't really know who to look for. No one had lanyards, and we had lanyards sitting in storage that, Nafi could have used. Definitely I could have made cards, ID cards that say volunteers, as we have done for the Food Truck Festival in the past. So there were definitely a bunch of things that could be done differently. The miscommunication was a pretty big thing. If you don't mind, I'm gonna share what you were asked to do, and so basically the thing was there were 2 confirmations. One was a confirmation you got before 11:45. It was headline, your arguer is ready for pickup, and then it gives you the details of where to pick it up. And then the second confirmation was actually the one that said, hey, actually, you're not guaranteed a hoodie. However, it still said your arguer is ready for pickup, and it kind of beat around the bush and thank you for your interest. Well, I mean, I have the exact one if anyone wants to see it later, but it's kind of said thank you for your interest. There's quite a high demand compared to supply. Blah, 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 try at 4 p.m. today and come. However, it never explicitly said, hey, you're not being guaranteed a hoodie. You just kind of have to come after and see if it's going to work. So because of that, even when things were communicated like, hey, only people with the RSVP continue to stay in line because if you don't have that, you may not get a hoodie. However, most people got the second confirmation that really said you may not get it, thought that was a confirmation because of the way it was written. So the problems that started is now you have people cutting in line. The verification method is only the post with the hashtag, and then you go straight in for your ID number. So given that that had already started, people are cutting in line to get hoodies. people that actually haven't been guaranteed a hoodie are getting hoodies, and of course people that RSVP aren't getting the hoodies. But because the first two groups are already getting their hoodies, it was really problematic when we were asked to tell people, or people were asking like, hey, I have the RSVP code, but I have class, can I leave? So we were asked to tell them that, yeah, you can leave because you're definitely getting a hoodie. And that just kind of rubbed a lot of us in the wrong way, because clearly we can see that people that haven't RSVP'd are getting hoodies. So more likely than not, if those people come back, they may not get their hoodie, even though we promised them, for the second time verbally, that they will get their hoodie. So there are a lot of problems like that, and I would have just appreciated changing the tactic on the fly. If you see this many people waiting in line, even though they really may not get a hoodie or whatever, my suggestion, and I know a lot of people actually had this suggestion, was, you know what, at this point the RSVP system isn't working. If they're gonna wait in line for 2.5 hours, the least we can do is just get them their hoodie at that point. That was just my opinion. You can disagree or agree, but I thought that once we already kind of messed up the process of giving out hoodies, we can't selectively enforce people just when the official volunteers that knew what was going on were there and kicking people out. That just didn't feel very right to me. So, in addition, I thought maybe having waves of people, because it was all on a Google form, maybe every 200 to 300 people that sign up, you can be like, hey, your time is going to be from 1 to 3 p.m. on Tuesday. Your time is going to be from 3 to 5 p.m. on Tuesday. Wave it. So having people wait, it creates great hype. I got some cool videos out of it, but is it really in the best interest of students to wait that long just to may or may not get a hoodie? And the last thing I kind of had a problem with, I don't know, definitely know other people brought it up as well, is in that last bullet point that Delaney mentioned, the bracket right after I support the Art Gear initiative talks about how the cheapest UCR hoodie costs $36.98 before taxes, whereas ASUCR leverages resources to get our gear at the same quality as other alternatives at a bulk price for less than $10. Originally they were $17.50. Then we negotiated internationally, and then we used that international negotiation to kind of tell the local people to put it down to $7.30. That kind of seems excessive. That tactic is why are we discussing financial tactics? The tactics they are what they are, but it's I just don't think that was necessary to tell everyone. It was
self-serving. Wait, what was self-serving?
I can see how it's transparent, but talking about the actual tactics, yeah, I can definitely agree. So those were just some of my concerns. I wish Nafi was here to say that, but let's just.
Okay, moving on to our last speaker, we have President Board, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. For anyone who was there at the beginning, was the 11:45, before 11:45 thing announced there? Because on the email it doesn't say anywhere that it just says before you pick up. So was that decided when it started?
It's I'm Christian.
So I was the troubleshooter person, so I was getting all the angry people. So for example, there was a table where Lori and Prasad were, so all the people who weren't on the list or didn't sign up, they sent them to me and they wanted to tell me. Yeah. So I was that person, and 11:45 wasn't a magical number, but that was kind of the number where they met kind of quota, I guess. That was the limit where it cut off. So they were saying the idea behind 11:45 was that if you signed up before that, you're probably getting one because you probably got a chance to sign up in time. Whereas all these people were at the back of the line and signed up at 3 o'clock, they probably weren't going to get one. So that's the 11:45 number and where it came from. It wasn't this magical number where people started lining up at 12 and then they were oh, well, let's just continue to let them line up. That's what it turned out to be, but yeah, that's where 11:45 came from.
Nafi told me the 11:45 is because there's a list of the people who signed up, and they got the list at 11:45. So if you signed up after that, they wouldn't have had an updated version of the list. But they only announced it at the event, so it was on the email.
Yeah, because that was a problem. People did sign up, but not in time, or not by 11:45. So
yeah,
that was another issue.
Outreach Director Jessica Kivas.
Am I next on the list?
Yeah, the last
my questions, I know Nafi's not here unfortunately, but what I still, just because I had concerns from the very beginning, I don't want to say I was against it because I am all for the initiative of enhancing campus pride, but I never knew the total cost because I know that there was additional requests. So I don't know the total cost of the sweaters, and I don't know the number of sweaters that were ordered. So those are two questions that I would hope to get answered. What? So the cost of everything and the number of sweaters. I don't know if we can do that math, like through the little thing, but, oh, of course, and the local vendor. Who was the local vendor? Is he
Progressive Graphics. Yeah, was the local vendor.
Was not from Honduras?
No, the sweaters.
The sweaters that were made in Honduras.
But the actual printing.
Printing was locally done.
Abraham, go on.
Yeah, I was also gonna, okay, go ahead.
Wait, but is he next on the speaker?
No, he wanted to answer your question.
Okay, go for it.
No, I didn't want to answer your question.
Okay, just
I wanted to
comments
know.
on what I was saying. and then-
Oh.
No more comments.
Yeah, because I only know how much we allocated toward actually purchasing the sweaters, but I'm assuming that there were costs associated with, for example, the like rec center giveaway and stuff like that.
That can be with.
So that's what, because it was a big event at the rec center. I don't know because I wasn't invited, so I but I'm assuming that there were costs.
We didn't vote on that.
Okay.
I still on the record, we didn't vote on that.
Okay.
So it wasn't winning, but it can be winning.
So that's why I wanted to also like ask that because I'm assuming there were costs associated with them and I don't know who paid those. I'm assuming we did. So I guess I just wanted to like know how much money we spent on that.
Total program. Yeah,
The total of the whole initiative.
Yeah, the total program.
We can say that.
That would be helpful.
Okay, I think the person to answer that is not here. Or actually, do you know?
I didn't get any
It would only know.
from the rec center, so as far as
So
I
just the
know,
art
we
here.
didn't pay anything for that event.
So we didn't pay we didn't pay rec space?
No.
But what about the final, what was your original question?
The cost of the cost of the sweaters.
Off the top of my head, I can't give you like an exact number.
Well, I know that they had a certain, like, there's a line item in office budget, and then they added additional. I missed what happened. Okay, I'm so sorry. So I don't know, that's something that I think Nafi would be able to answer later at a time when he's here. But the cost and the number of sweaters, and I know that there was a huge issue since the beginning. I spoke to Nafi about this, especially since he was the one who brought up the resolution against sweatshops last year. It was a huge issue. As being a member of USAST, which is the United Students Against Sweatshops, this is a huge deal because all of those, there's only one, and I even recommended a place. There's one factory that is sweatshop free, that is in the Dominican Republic, that is inside of the UCR campus store, and we're advocating like campaigns daily, and we're meeting with the chancellor and the vice chancellor to get out certain, but this was all during the summer, so there's no minutes for it. But I was at every meeting, and I advocated. It's just difficult. There's a lot of unanswered questions. But for future, I definitely recommend that if we do have such a large-scale program, initiative, enhancement of school spirit, I highly recommend going through Alta Gracia, which is the only sweatshop-free factory in the world, in the Dominican Republic. So that is if we are purchasing sweaters, and they were going to be from somewhere else, that's a great option. And then for us to go back and go to progressive graphics to print. So that's something that is a huge thing, and I'm almost positive we actually had representatives visit Dominican Republic and be thanked by the individuals that are working in these factories. And we have these children coming up to us saying, thank you for improving our lives, thank you for giving us this opportunity. And imagine how good a student from UCR would feel knowing that that sweater was made without the blood, sweat, and tears of a sweatshop. But that's something of my personal, opinion. I'm not against the enhancement of Campus Pride. I heard a lot of good things about the sweaters, and I just think I just think it's a good initiative and it's a good idea. There's a lot of things that we can improve on, but that's a huge deal. And I know USAS members were questioning this, so these answers have not been. I mean, these questions have not been answered. But it's something that Nafi proposed. He drafted this resolution, passed it through ASUCR, and I mean, from what I was told, we were going to keep that resolution in mind and it was going to be presented, but the sweatshops say made it indoors. So it's kind of like very difficult to answer that without, you know, looking at the sweater. But moving forward, I know that there's a lot of things that we can improve on. I didn't know about the event. I had class at 12:40, but I had class at INTS and I saw at 12 o'clock there was a line, and I, you know, being a good student, I thought my class is until 12:40, I'll go around and see what's going on. So I asked the students what are they in line for, and some students didn't even know what they were in line for. And then there was some students who were saying they're giving free stuff. And I was like, oh, maybe it's Wednesday, there's R Day, you know, you get free things. So some students were saying it was R Day, they're giving free stuff, and then after little by little, I connected the pieces with the email, and then I have a lot of friends that were posting pictures and the hashtag, and if you look at some of the posts, they're kind of free stuff, or their comments or their captions were problematic. But that's just for lack of better words. But I mean, I had some good feedback and some bad, but that's all with communication. Unfortunately, there was a lot of students who still have questions who have not been answered. But I mean, my three main questions were the cost of the sweaters, the number of sweaters, and if it's possible to go throughout the Gracia next year.
Clarification or maybe inquiry. I believe, I can probably swear that he told me that that was the lowest price they could get with avoiding sweatshops. I don't know if it's like because they're from Honduras, like automatically it's a sweatshop or something. That's something that like USAS could like probably like contact.
Yeah, we have like a list and we have locations and we have everything. We meet with the chancellor and vice chancellor to work to get everything in the campus store sweatshop free. And right now there are several vendors. One that we're specifically targeting is JanSport. I don't know if y'all saw our banner drop the night of, somebody dropped a banner that there was the night of the concert, winter solstice. It was directly letting everyone know that the UCR bookstore, we just made a statement, UCR bookstore, JanSport kills its workers, because ultimately JanSport has sweatshops and sweatshops do kill workers. So that was something that we...
So yeah, from my understanding was that he told me that they were not from a sweatshop. So I don't know how like, I don't know.
That's no way.
That could be clarified. I don't know.
That,
so I don't really know how it works, but
go for it.
Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna move forward.
Yeah, speak.
But I still have my time, correct?
Yeah, she
Isn't it 2
Yeah,
minutes?
if you want to ask a question.
I yield my time to the rest of my time to you.
I think what Nafi meant was that he didn't purchase these directly from a foreign vendor. Because that was my understanding, was that he was not purchasing these directly from a foreign vendor, which are the ones that tend to have those shops. I'm assuming that, and Nafi can clarify this when he comes back in spring. But I'm assuming, yeah, was there somewhere?
Well, I know.
Okay. But I'm assuming that his train of thought was that since he was purchasing them from a local vendor, that we were avoiding that. But obviously, if the local vendors purchase their sweaters from Honduras, then
it's like
you're avoiding it, but you're not necessarily avoiding it. So I'm assuming that's what happened, where the misunderstanding is.
yeah, I don't know, but from what he told me was that he did avoid them. So I don't know if like that was his way of like countering it, but I don't know.
Okay. Actually,
point of more clarification. When we voted on something, and it was one of our very first few meetings, and I believe that number we voted on was in anywhere between 47,000 and 53,000, somewhere in between. It may have increased or not. I think we were talking about shipping, some odd $7,000+ in shipping. I think that was the last thing we added in it. So between 47 and 50 for the record, but I'm with Jessica. I would like to see those actual documents.
Right. But I'm going to move forward. I actually do have a text from Nafi. Actually, I think maybe this might help answer some of these questions, just to kind of pass it along.
Is it possible to have him be present and answer the questions?
Because isn't he right downstairs?
Yeah, how
If
hard
he's
is he
cleaning
to
up,
argue?
he's downstairs.
No, he has class at 8 o'clock, so I don't think he's still there.
It's almost yeah.
It's a lot fun.
Alright.
8 to 11 o'clock.
For session up to, can you ask him?
Somebody wants to, okay, I'll say that next. But I'll just read about this announcement, we can follow up with it. About students who waited in line and were not able to get a hoodie, if they spoke to a Christian or emailed ASUCR President at ASUCR EDU as was requested at the front desk, there will be one reserved for them and they will not need to wait in line again. They can pick it up at their convenience. He says, just to be clear, I'm informed it was about 1% of students that weren't able to pick it up, but we do think it's important, so we'll be doing that.
Where is that? 1% of students.
He also says ASUCR contracted with a local Riverside vendor, and the hoodies were printed in Riverside. When we originally explored foreign vendors, we did make the case for safe, humane working conditions, but ultimately we contracted with the Riverside vendor.
That's just for vending.
Just for printing only. Just to print only, but not.
Sorry.
Well, I can talk about this later.
Okay, and yeah, that's essentially it.
Okay, so there was another point. So I don't know if y'all know.
Wait, no, yeah, there is still a speakers list. I think at this point. Right. So we're gonna I'll allow her to wrap it up, and then
we're done. Yeah. So I really do love this conversation that we're having, and I do believe that we should continue it. I would encourage us to maybe have a meeting next week. So I do have a lot of finishing points, and I apologize in advance. But one thing is that we say that this event was quote-unquote organized. We say that we were taking student ID numbers, which they were. However, how many of us have argued? How many of you gave your student ID? I know for a fact my student ID number is not in there because I made sure to ask the volunteer there. And when, on a side note, when I went to that volunteer and gave my ID number, I was told, quote-unquote, oh, Herman, you're a senator, here, have them. I was, you know, so I'm not saying is that the volunteer's fault? Probably not. You know, they are saying, oh, this is a senator, this is a trusted member, an elected official, and therefore I trust him. However, like I would argue that that's a systematic problem. These volunteers aren't trained enough. Something along those lines. But on a side note, like we were told, and this is kind of going back to, we need to be very conscious of what we vote for. Understand that all money allocations do need to be approved by Senate, and this was approved by Senate in fall quarter, I believe week 1. So all of us voted regardless, and I know myself, I voted no, but that's beyond the point because we collectively came up with a decision and I respect that. However, I do know, and I made sure to check my notes, and I encourage us to collectively look at either the Highlanders video or the minutes, and I couldn't find it in the minutes, and I did check. But I believe we were told that all freshmen, all ASUCR members, and all individuals who come to ASUCR events will receive our gear. I believe that's what we were told, and I would argue that having an event to give out our gear does not constitute as an ASUCR event. That's just my opinion. I can see the other argument, but that's just my view. And just going back to that, and I'm gonna be frank, I apologize if I offend anybody, but I don't care.
Don't apologize.
And the way it worked was I'm in academic affairs committee. About 2 weeks ago at the meeting, Ranjit, the chair, had a hoodie. And I asked him, how did you get that hoodie? And he told me, Oscar gave it to me. Oscar gave me his hoodie. And I was like, okay. And then I see Oscar with another hoodie. I'm very confused. Are we really being accountable for the money we're spending and every single hoodie? I don't know. I'm asking Nafi for the exact number of hoodies. He doesn't know or he won't tell me. One or the other, I don't know. As an elected official who voted and allocated those funds, like we should be, that should be transparent. We should be allowed to know exactly how many hoodies have been handed out, and if they're taking ID numbers and names, then we should know exactly who received them. And then the next question is, we should, or there should have been more foresight. We're giving out jackets or sweatshirts, whatever you call them, that say class of 2018 to non-class of 2018 students. Like, does that not speak volumes on how much foresight this Senate has? You know, I was talking to Arturo, and he said, Herman, those jackets weren't for me. Those jackets were leftovers that you guys idiotically spent too much money. And the saddest part is I agree. Like, that's what it is. And like that's where we need to, and I understand it was the first time it was done. I understand we did buy hoodies for every single freshman. However, we should have more foresight, or we should make sure that we know exactly what we're doing, or if we are buying it for every freshman, then give it to every freshman. There's freshmen that I met that didn't know about it. And their quote unquote was, Herman, I don't read the ASUCR emails after I was told I got 2-ply toilet paper. Like that, and we're laughing, but that's the truth. So I feel like our emails are being diluted. Going back to that email thing, and I know Raveen brought it up, at the end of it, it was talking about how we were able to leverage our international prices with like local prices. However, like I would argue that email, or that statement, at least of that email, kind of undermines all of the things that this Senate does, or ASUCR does. I personally would argue that we all should be, like, we should be humbled to work for the students or to better this campus. We shouldn't brag or, you know, boast on what we are doing. I do understand it's transparency, but I would also argue that there's different ways you can be transparent, and there are better ways you can be transparent than that. And then the next thing, like going back on, you know, we need to have more foresight. We also need to be a little more proactive, not retroactive. And I'm not calling out Fernando or anything, but we all collectively received a text on the group meet saying, we want, and I don't know the exact text, but I believe Fernando sent out a text to everybody, we need as many volunteers at the ARGEAR release as possible. That's a text we all received. So once again, I'm arguing that there was a lot of systematic problems. You know, we should have planned this a lot better, especially when we are spending $55,000. You can look into that. Getting back to Jessica's point, all our money allocations are, or they're supposed to be, transparent. So if you could not find it in our minutes that it should be posted on ASUCR website, you should ask Iris, or you should ask whoever needs to be asked. I know personally, today I was asked by the Highlander for the summer power minutes. They weren't there, and therefore I asked Michael if they are public knowledge. They are, and we're making sure to move forward with that and make sure that those minutes and all of our minutes and all of our finances are public to the students, because that is their money. We are in charge of making sure that we're spending it on the right things, and that's where I think a lot of us need to kind of rethink or make sure that we have more foresight when we decide to allocate money for certain things. My next point, and this is kind of going back to Summer's thing of like what happened to students that waited in line. Did they all get it? There was one girl in line, and I'm not going to say her name. However, when I got there at 1, and I was making sure that the line wasn't disrupting any walkway, I got to about Haas, like where they do the financial aid, and there was a girl there, and she's there. This is about 1 o'clock, and I'm sitting at the hub. And this is around like 3:30. I'm not sitting at the hub, I'm getting like pasta. And she walks by and she sees me. And she's like, oh, Herman, like I was told originally that everybody who was in line and filled out the form would get ARGEAR. That's what they were told. And I don't think any official volunteer said that, but I do know a lot of individuals were told that. And she's like, when I got to the Bears, and after waiting for 2 hours in that line during the day in the sun, I didn't get it, and I was told, oh, email the president and you might get it tomorrow or something like that. So that angered me. And when I went to the Bears Den again, and like I go up to the volunteers, that volunteer literally handed me one. I didn't take it. I didn't go and talk to Nafi, and it was a very long, very circular conversation that didn't end up going anywhere. Iris was also there, Raveen was also there participating in this conversation, and we essentially came down to like, there's no solution because the system's broken. So that's where like I was, and I made sure I told her, you're going to email the president and you're going to CC me. And if you don't get your jacket, I promise you I'll give you mine. The next thing that happened is Simon, our newest appointed justice, he was like, Herman, wait, like I haven't gotten my ARGEAR yet, and I'm confused. Why is it that I, a member of one of the 3 branches of this government, had it in my cubby, but another individual in another branch of government didn't have it in theirs? And it was just, we were confused, and it didn't make any sense to me. And then, so essentially, I have one question to anybody who can answer it. Maybe Lori can answer it. How many jackets do we have left after we give those to the individuals that were promised today? Do you know? Can you give me
I
that?
don't know exactly how many are left. I know that there were 1,000 that were not the class of 2018. And today, all of the small and mediums of those ran out. We still have large and extra large. Then we went into the freshman one where the freshmen didn't pick it up. Just so you know, staff didn't plan the event. Okay. I just want to make that clear. But anyway, so we went into the freshman supply because the freshmen didn't all come out. Normally, when you have a group of students, you're lucky to get even half of them out. Even for big events like this. So there's quite a few left from the freshman collection. So we started handing out the smalls and mediums from the freshmen, let's say class of 2000. But as far as how many we have back, it would be a guess for me. I know they were down there after the event. I think that we'd asked them to get us some kind of a head count so we'd know what to expect in the next day or two. But I don't know what that number is. And,
Okay.
maybe they do, I don't know.
Yeah, so the last thing I would have to maybe propose, and I guess I'm not sitting in as a senator, so I can't move for anything. I would encourage one of you or any of you to say that we should not pass out any more R gear from this point onwards until we figure out a better structure. But we should give the R gear to those individuals that did meet with Nafi or Christian and were able to email and were guaranteed it. So I don't know, and to my understanding of the Constitution and bylaws, this is something that Senate can do. If somebody has a better understanding or the procedure of which it would take, please let myself and the other senators know. But I believe that we should stall all our gear, like release or whatever you want to call it, until we have a stronger system. And that maybe we should give it, or make sure all officials in ASUCR, justices, and maybe committee members, because I consider all of them important members of Associated Students, to receive our gear and make sure that we're making our promise and make sure that we're following what we voted upon before passing them out blindly. So that just...
Okay, hold on, I'm just going to kind of go through, just to say, Billy, you brought this up. I think this probably would have been a little more appropriate for public forum, so that way other students probably would have been able to pitch in and kind of give their own experiences, kind of discuss how they felt about the R gear. I even noticed a couple members in the audience swearing it, so they might have been able to directly attest to it. To kind of speak to one thing you mentioned, ASUCR, from what I know, like as a fact, is that ASUCR members are receiving them as a token of service, and so how that's going about is kind of on like a ad hoc, like however, when they're present or when they're informed.
I had one last point just on the side.
Okay, I'll let you wrap it up, and then I'm just going to move forward to the next item in the agenda. Because this, I'm sorry, but this is a circular thing, and if there's no directed question, the person who's going to be answering this
okay, first of all, there is someone from the gallery that wants to say something.
It's still public forum.
And then, yeah.
Or public comment,
Public comment. And then I also wanted to add to your list of requests that any person that has these specific problems, since Nafi is not here right now, that we tell him.
We could send him this video.
So we can each, I see that we each individually talk to him or give him his information in some way, make a point to do that. I think that's important.
Right.
So hopefully we can include that. Either way, he wasn't here for the whole conversation.
Right. Since he hasn't been a part of this conversation, I'm not really sure, because a lot of the questions and issues we're bringing up, are really good things.
Because I have a box of sweaters in my desk that I was told to reserve for somebody, so what am I supposed to do with those sweaters?
Yeah,
Because
that was my last point.
The box of sweaters?
Or more broad than that, but I was aware of that box of sweaters.
Yeah, see, I was told that those were reserved for performers, and I'm gonna give it to the 909 dance group, but I don't have a list of those performers. I literally have a number that texted me saying I left all the sweaters, so I don't know about that.
Alright. Okay, well, since there is someone who can answer that question at this time, I will have given to Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs. Yeah. Hold on, just to answer the question, I'm going to move on to the next item of the agenda. I'm sorry, this conversation is...
It's not going anywhere.
You can answer the question about the box.
Okay. So the box, so that specific box, from what I know, is all the performers that did the thing at the gym, all the entertainment, they were all guaranteed sweaters. So that sweater specifically for the performers. and performed at the gym when they were handing the stuff out to the freshmen.
Can we let the person from the galley speak now?
Yeah, actually, I think that'd be a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
No, you should speak.
Okay, alright, so I don't want to speak on Mount's behalf, but I was volunteering. I got there around 2, so I'm just going to give my perspective because there's a lot that was addressed. But so number one, there were 68 students that didn't get theirs that had to email nothing, and those sweaters are guaranteed, those set aside. And that was, I believe we handed out, I don't have exact numbers, I believe it was about 6,000, that's about 68 of the people that didn't get theirs, and they emailed nothing, those are set aside for them. And then when I got there, like I said, I had class, I got there at 2, but the first thing I was told was about the 11:45 thing, about if they didn't submit it until then, that they might not be guaranteed that, but everybody who, I don't know exactly what was told to the other volunteers, but I know that I was told that I told other volunteers as well, I submitted that. If before 11:45 they submitted, if they waited in line today, they'd be guaranteed the these. And for those who submitted it afterwards, the form would reopen after so that they could get it, and well, that's what it is. That's what I do about this earlier. Yeah, 11:45. They can try to stay in line, and then only people who signed up before that would be guaranteed this credit. And for Ravine, you could probably actually know this. When I spoke to him, he initially contacted you about flyers for the event, but they just were never actually. Well, they're there. They're just too late, I guess, that were about. So it was just a matter of getting them like.
If I can really quickly respond to that, I've been flying out of state every weekend, so in that particular instance, I let them know, I have emails with Amy and ECC. They were delivered to Vision Copy and Print on Wednesday. They were ready for pickup Friday, which I communicated, but I was already at the airport Friday. I was in Chicago that weekend. I got back Monday morning, red eye, and then I just contacted Vision Copy to make sure, and they're like, oh, they're still sitting here. So that's when I went, when I came back on Monday to go drop them off, because I was under the impression they already were picked up, but I just wanted to double check, so they were not.
Can I finish my comment?
Yes.
Okay, so the last thing I wanted to talk about, and I still encourage somebody on this horseshoe to make a motion to withhold all sweatshirts that have not been passed out and not been promised.
Sorry, we can't make a vote during forum. This isn't
Okay,
a
then,
lot of time.
Okay, then after, I guess. But my last point was, you know, like if we are saying that they are guaranteed for individuals, make sure they're guaranteed. This is a paper that I found in there. It's, you know, a list of names, a list of ID numbers, and a list of sizes, right? And there's a lot of these papers I saw in there. There are also individuals and volunteers I saw walking out with boxes with exact sizes and giving them to certain individuals. I'm very confused on this. I know for a fact Various and the two I will say, Iris and Ravine, that they personally, and they were told it was fine, to my understanding also, that they were told that they can give their committee list and ID numbers and sizes and they'll get it. To my understanding, honestly, it should be okay, right? Because all ASUCR members should get it. So in my idea, that was okay, but during my conversation or our collective conversation with Nafi, they were threatened by judicial review. He said that was not okay. And like we're standing there as an individual, has a box and is leaving the Bears Den to go give that box of sweatshirts to somebody, as Nafi to my face.
Procedure?
Yeah.
Aren't you only allowed 2 minutes to speak?
I don't know.
I feel like this is ceasing to be productive, because if you're going to motion to suspend it, it doesn't matter who we promised sweatshirts. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, just so we're not individually calling things out.
Okay, so that pretty much like is it for me. And but last thing is that like understand my intention was never to single out anybody. My intention was never to offend anybody. My intention was only to constructively build a better associated student and make sure that we are using our money wisely and make sure that we really are serving all the students and making sure that we are doing what we say we are doing when we are voting. But thank you.
Y'all want that.
Okay. Continuing on, I'm going to go to roundtable and announcements. So I will begin from my right and move to my left. Senator Jason Ramirez. Pass. Senator Summer Schaefer.
Okay, no, I have a couple things. So, at the non-traditional student task force, I am the only senator sitting on that committee. Hopefully, they were hoping that Jessica would come as well, but
yeah, at the time comes it's me, I can't make
Okay, that's okay, but regardless, they were hoping that a senator could make it, so the meeting's gonna be this Friday at 11. I know everyone's tired, but try to stay with me here, it's almost the end, okay. So please, we need one senator to be at this non-traditional student task force. They're really trying to get things together and do events and plan for next quarter, so make that a priority. Also, Carry That Weight is having a National Day of Action, March 9th, and there's little time to plan this, so as many people that can help reach out to people or want to be involved with that, please let me know. I'm going to be working with Arturo and Brianna and USSA since it's a nationwide initiative on this. So yeah, that's happening March 9th. It's going to be 11 to 2, and it's going to be from the bell tower to Heinricher with a list of requests. Okay, and then I had a meeting with administration or with like the Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, Student Life, hub scheduling, and other important groups on the topic of the trigger warning. Just wanted to update you all since we had a productive conversation last time that we're moving forward with several different types of solutions. We're focusing mostly on the resource board, but we're going to be figuring out more logistics on policy with attorneys, and I'm hopefully am going to be included in those meetings. You can send then Feminism Awareness Week, like you got the email, is going to be rescheduled for sometime probably in May, and so we'll keep you all updated on that. And also, I wanted to say that our retreat didn't happen. I know it was due to weather, but I really hope that it is made sure that the presentations that were going to happen at that retreat still happen, since I feel like they would be very productive for the productivity of this entire association as a whole. Yeah.
Actually, sorry, just to clarify, since, I'm sorry, actually, I'll talk to you a little bit after. It's a personnel. Senator Delaney Cohen?
Pass.
Senator Collins? Senator Christian Ragland? Pass. Senator Keene Brown?
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Ravine. That's it. Oh, yeah. Wait, one more thing. Again, I guess we're going in to take our finals, and we were going on spring break. Just study real hard, and I think some of us, this may be the last time we're sitting here on the horseshoe. We'll talk about that later, I guess. But I did agree with Herman. I do agree with Herman that maybe we should meet one more time next week. I don't know how everyone else feels about that, but I think we should to sort of finally hash out these issues, and hopefully that our president can be president, and we can do some good things next week. But I would hate that if this was our last meeting and there are still things on the table that we can talk about before going on break. That I think over break, it can settle. But yeah, that's all I got to say. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Ravine, and I support a meeting next week.
I'll make it really quick. I know lately we've been going through some hard topics, and I can tell that our morale is kind of going down. You all look really tired, just people sitting across from me. Second really long meeting in a row. No, you don't look bad, you just look tired. And I just want to say that I'm very thankful to be a part of this group, even though we face hard meetings. We are very lucky that we're the ones that get to deal with this as student representatives. So keep the morale up. We're almost done with winter quarter.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm super happy because I was gonna go off and say I want to make a team, but our team just formed. We have an ASUCR team for the Senior Challenge 5K. There's a list going around. There's 2 teams, so there's another sheet going around. Team 2. You just have your name without knowing?
Wait, is it just going to be one team?
No, there's going to be as many teams as possible. If there has to be, if each individual senator would like to make a team with their friends, I fully support you.
Can ASUCR have one team?
This is one ASUCR team, but you can have up to as many teams as you want. So that's what I was gonna discuss in my announcements. Creating a team, but the team was already creative. Also, this Saturday is a huge event. I don't know if you've heard about it, but Nathali brought it up a couple meetings ago. The ACT, Alliance for Change Today. So this Saturday, March 7th, from 8 to 12 noon, we have confirmed so many media requests. I don't know if you saw Nathali was on TV already. It's gotten news broadcast. It's already in the Riverside paper. It's huge. If you look up any of the individuals, the keynote speaker is actually one of the huge lobbyists for immigration reform. It's such a big deal. The fact that it's held on campus, the fact that Nevada's organizing again, it's just like a really big deal, and I really support everyone coming out. It's a pre-heat call to action, so that'd be really dope. I mean, that'd be really cool if everyone would be able to attend. It's a Chicano Latino forum for a review of the past movement, present, and a call to action for the future. The individuals on it, I can't wait to meet. I'm going to take pictures, I'm going to get autographs, but I hope that y'all are excited as me. Another thing I wanted to talk about was a town hall meeting. The Diversity Council, as well as other individuals, have been working really, really hard. We had a huge meeting last week where we were actually able to change the date and guarantee that EHS, the Chancellor, and the Vice Chancellor are there. So we're hoping that we get full support from ASUCR. That's something that we did as student leaders without the help of ASUCR. Those were students who met and kind of pushed really hard. We didn't have a room. Thank you to Vice Chancellor Jim Sandoval for getting the Tweed and Tartan room. Well, I think that's gonna happen. So if y'all can make it out, I really highly encourage you to come out to these events, and thank you to the individuals that are gonna go to the 5K.
Elections Director Stephanie Rose. Elections Director Stephanie Rose. Elections Director Stephanie Rose.
Sorry. Key Brown would like me to mention the graduation application.
If you're graduating in the spring, it's due the
13th. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so briefly, I just want to reiterate, elections paperwork is extended until next Friday, the 13th at 5 p.m. As this was not a decision made by the Elections Committee nor myself, I was instructed to tell you if you have any questions, please contact ASUCR justice@ucr.edu.
President Pro Tem for Devin Plaza.
Quick reminder, Scotty's Late Night Lounge, Monday, March 16th, Tuesday, March 17th. I just got an email from the hub, and my outside vendor is allowed. So the first 50 students, for those of you watching on Monday and Tuesday, will get a special prize, and it'll be announced in the flyer next week. And I'll need all of your help with running the event.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Devin. Vice President Finance, just to clarify some things, because I did get another message from Nafi, and I'm sure I think you all might want to get this information. Students who waited in line were not able to get a hoodie, spoke to Nafi, that kind of thing requests, will have one reserved for them and not need to wait in line again. It says there are a lot of volunteers, including myself, who are going around informing students that the form was not submitted, i.e. by 11:45, that they wouldn't be able to get it today as the form was closed by then. And he says the form is now open. I know myself, I was one of the volunteers, I was saying through the 11:45 thing, that they're only guaranteed one if they stay in line again today, or if not, it'll be like on a first come, first served basis. He says that we did our best to inform students, and there were a lot who understood that and said they would come back tomorrow. In any case, I know the president, and he says, I know that we're reserving ones for those who got to the end of the line and won't have to wait again. About the cap and gown argument, our gear is available to upperclassmen too. There are one specifically for upperclassmen. The 18 is part of the design, the IG or the 18. And the current president was unfortunately not president when others were freshmen, and it's unfair to blame him for that. But in any case, there's a senior barbecue for seniors. And while no system is perfect, students were double verified by pro staff and checked to make sure they filled out the form and were students.
No, it's okay.
Wait, we need a meeting next week.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna. All right. I'm just gonna finish this. All right.
You could just tell us when you feel.
Yeah,
Right. Well, like you said at the beginning of spring, I just
Five senators can call a meeting.
Or send out an email.
Or
I will all text them right now.
All right. Okay. If you'd all like to personally reach out to him, I definitely encourage that. I think that's the best way to honestly get these issues resolved. Okay. Moving on. Senate Secretary of the Electronic.
Oh, that's.
Senate Secretary Moments. I'm sorry. Parliamentary Moments. Two secretaries. Vice President External Affairs.
Please apply for the Student Lobby Conference. So the Student Lobby Conference is a really good opportunity for us, for you as an individual to learn about the issues through UCSA, and also to learn how to lobby if you don't already know how to lobby. And if you do know how to lobby, or you just learn at that conference, it's a great opportunity for us to actually meet with our elected representatives and ask them for their support. On the agenda, I already know that this SLC is going to be very important. We have a lot of bills that have been recently introduced because of all the tuition issues. So it's going to be really important for us to lobby legislators and to lobby them well. Because of that, I will be very selective in the individuals that I choose to go to Student Lobby Conference, and I think it would be a great idea for a lot of you as elected representatives to apply for that position. I think not only should you have the experience, but you've already been vetted by the student body to represent UCR at the Student Lobby Conference. So I would really encourage all of you on the portion to apply, and of course I would encourage any other member of the student body to apply as well. And I will let you all know more details as I finalize the delegation. But as of right now, I'm planning to take 40 students. I'm taking that number because I want everybody that goes to be able to use their lobbying skills well, and also so that I can be more selective in who I choose to be a part of the delegation. Sorry. The deadline is by midnight on March 14th. So that's that. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I hate to bring this up right now, but we were supposed to take a position on the health insurance. I had remembered about the end when we were in public comment already talking about something else.
But he left.
Well, yeah, he texted me saying that he wants to know what we think, even because he had to leave early.
Wait, can you make a doodle?
Bring that to the meeting next week.
No, we can't because he needs the answer for his committee.
We were all supposed to be prepared already, so I feel like we don't have to
have the
discuss
answer.
it. We should just vote.
It's not going to be a formal vote, so y'all can say like.
I think
majority.
I think what you said in the emails.
Yes.
Where you said it's good. Where you said it's.
Why don't we should make an official statement. He's asked us several times. And
Let's just vote, yeah.
It's
An unofficial vote.
unofficial.
Right, it's essentially just a motion of support.
Yeah,
Support this policy over the other. If you'd like to stick with UC SHIP or go with the independent.
If you don't know, yeah, there were emails sent out, so.
If you don't know, it's because you didn't prepare, so I feel that we should just vote. Like, that's our required reading, you should know.
Right.
So would you all like to agree with what I said?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, second, all those in favor? Well,
Okay. If there is any discussion, if people want to put out their hands and have discussion on this, if there isn't, then I will open the floor for a motion.
I feel like just by looking around, not everyone's cool with it. Am I gauging it? Right? And I just want everyone to be able to say if they want to say anything.
No, yeah, I'm down to discuss, I just don't want to reiterate what has already been said.
I'm just going based off of looks that I'm getting.
No, actually, I mean.
I like that.
I think we stick with that.
Well, and the only reason, the only reason why I was hesitant about not sticking with Aetna is because of concerns that I've heard, and that you should provide some more benefits than Aetna does, and those benefits affect certain students more than we think they do. So I think that we should consider that when we're voting, too. Considering that you also read what Fernando sent you.
As a fact sheet and everything.
Yeah.
But then, can I respond to that? But then we saw, there was a breakdown of who provides what. Going down the list, what services were included in one area or excluded from another. Are you concerned that if we switch from Aetna back to USHIP that we lose the coverage that we have, or are you saying that if we go back to USHIP we gain? Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
If you don't feel like that,
If you feel you don't have enough information to then there's abstention and there's
It's due Friday.
yes. And now considering that a vote is due soon, we will have to take this right now, as it's actually something that technically would be considered a part of old business. So at this time, I will actually personally make the motion on statement of support for, actually someone could, we could start with the UC SHIP.
So do we vote on both of them? On like
No, you're essentially supporting one over.
To support
one over the other?
what I said?
The current is
The current is
Aetna. Those in,
okay. Yeah, okay, it would be like the vote to change it over to UC SHIP.
Do you want to
You can.
Yeah. Can Fernando clarify for everybody really quickly before any motions are made?
So Aetna is the current insurance provider. UC SHIP was the past one. UC SHIP is asking us to return, and in that return, we're allowed to customize it however we want, but the fees are not guaranteed to be lower than to be lower than Aetna, because you're customizing it a certain way. You're gonna have to do cost-benefit analysis and see like, oh, do I want this big of a copay? Do I want a larger copay? And that's how your premium kind of changes. So I think what Summer brought to consideration is that yes, UC SHIP, we can customize it and include more people or include more benefits. But Aetna is going to remain at this level. But as I said in the email, that UC SHIP is highly unreliable, and we'll have like a 1 year where it is very low, but after that it will probably skyrocket depending on the level of debt we incur and whatever else happens. So that's the explanation to that. So what I said in my email was to support keeping the current insurance provider, which is Aetna. But this is up to your discretion.
go ahead.
Okay, so I move to keep the current health insurance system in place.
Second.
Second by Senator Jason Ramirez. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain. All right, by a vote of 13-1-1, this passes. Woo! Current statement of support for, okay, thank you, Senator Clayton. Okay.
And you know, like decisions like these are like really important, especially like to this committee that we are informed on these decisions. So like when students come to us with a decision like that they want like our, you know, as a representation of the entire student body on, we should be prepared to make those decisions.
Especially if it's been like 3 weeks.
Thank you, Summer. Also,
So now that we've done that, my office is planning a retreat, unofficial. We're gonna have it in spring. So if you want to be a part of that, you can contact me. Other than that, have a happy finals week, survive, and then enjoy your spring break.
Okay. Marketing Director Rabin Rafal.
Hello. Real quick, I have to do some housekeeping just because this kind of really annoyed me today, so I thought it would be good for everyone to hear it. As you know, whenever I'm not using the camera, a lot of times you can check it out from Amy. If you do have something an ASUCR event that is like we're still, I think we're filling the historian, I don't know. But I'm not a historian, so I understand that sometimes like my committee's unavailable, so other people have to take pictures. Just the last time it was checked out by a particular office, I got it back and the body was not covered, so you know the sensor's exposed to the camera. That's an $800 camera with dust and stuff, which I do see inside. Hopefully it's not damaged. Please don't do that. The lens was open on both ends. It has one scratch on it now. That's a $200 lens. The mic's missing. A bunch of stuff's everywhere. So just as a warning, if you do check out the camera, please keep it really, really nice, as I have really tried hard to do so. So that's all. On a side note, I hope you guys do wonderful on finals. I'm so down to get like a study room, ASUCR study room, the library, whatever. What kind of plans?
Senator Sengo.
Yeah, so just for the record, like I swear I'm like a fun, glad person on like the daily. And please don't, judge my speech. Don't judge me based on that one speech the same way I don't judge, the organizers of Ongear just for that, the implementation of that program. But on a lot lighter note, Sixth Student Association is hosting their quarterly Turban Day next week, a week from today actually, and it is sponsored by ASUCR, right? Because we approved the grant used to pay for this event. So we've decided to do two things. One is that we're gonna have our usual table by the bell tower. Anybody who stops by, you'll get like a pamphlet, informational pamphlet, and you'll also be allowed to tie turbans. This year, however, through ASUCR, we were able to purchase a variety of colors for turbans and also a lot of them. We have like 100 something. So what we're doing this year is in the morning, anywhere from like 8 to 11 o'clock, you can sign up, and we'll tie a turban on you. You can choose the color and the style you want to get it tied. We'll tie it on you and we'll also give you a shirt that says like Sixth Student Association Turban Day and has a picture of a turban. And the idea behind this is kind of to, Sixth Student Association says it has a campaign to eradicate the stigma placed on turbans. When you see an individual with a turban, the first thing you think is an American or something like that. And yet, I was born and raised in America, same where a lot of turban wearers here in America. So that's kind of the campaign that we've undertaken to eradicate that stigma. So I'd encourage all of you as officials of ASUCR to try to join us in this. The sign up, we did actually send a campus-wide email. Check your email, there's a form to sign up. You'll get a free shirt and we'll tie a turban on you and live your day as a turban sick. So I'd encourage all of you to participate. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blake.
Hey everyone, as Summer mentioned, Feminism Awareness Week is tentatively moved to spring quarter. And I wanted to also inform you that the Middle Eastern Student Center is having their Week, Middle Eastern Week, during week 3 of spring quarter. So everything is pretty much planned, but you're all invited to those festivities once we have flyers and stuff made. Thanks. Good luck on finals.
Yes. Be safe that he party responsibly. I have a car. Good luck with week 10 and good luck with finals. Have fun at spring break and see you all next quarter.
Pretty much everything that Fabian said. Good luck with finals, everyone, and I'll have an announcement.
You got any cards too?
Oh,
Senator Samu.
Good luck with finals, everybody. Yeah. Hopefully you have a good curve in your class and
Senator Jackson.
Okay, hi y'all. My announcements this Friday, Hillel and ISA, the Iranian Student Association, are hosting their own Shabbat dinners celebrating Purim. Purim is kind of like Jewish Halloween. It's really, really fun, and Friday we're gonna have masks and dress up at Shabbat, so you can like come, eat with us all, mingle with different organizations, and they're gonna have like masks, things to like put on when you're there if you wanna like get in the mood and whatnot. And it's Persian food. It's really good. It's gonna be super bomb. At 6:30 this Friday, it's always kosher. I think it's like 299 East Lane Street. I'll let you all know in the group me or something. So that's that one, number one. Before that, at 5 o'clock on Friday, do you all know what the Olive Tree Initiative is? Anybody here know what that is? OTI? So their their first like real big meeting is going to be this Friday at 5 o'clock. The location's to be announced. The Olive Tree Initiative basically, correct me if I'm wrong on this, like Green or whoever else, is aimed at engaging dialogue regarding the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, incorporating both sides in the dialogue, neutral conversations, try and show different films from different countries portraying different opinions on it, and it really encourages a safe, peaceful space for dialogue. So if that interests you at all, please contact me. Alina, who is the CalPERS Professional Talking, is like in charge of it all. She's really, really sweet and awesome. She'll let you know about it as well. Thirdly, just like cleanliness in the office. I feel like back in the office, it's been kind of dirty lately. The trash cans are overflowing, and there's been much like trash all over the ground all the time. So that could be like possibly taken care of regularly, more often. And then Michael, I don't know if this is still a thing this year or not, but in years past, at least the last 2 years, it was regulated a lot, the 2-minute limit on different people talking. I think that hasn't really been abided by at all this year.
No, I chose the decision to lift on time limits.
Okay, yeah, I didn't really know if that like was still in place or not. I hadn't really heard about that, so it's kind of like, it's circular things they're talking about sometimes, so I didn't really know.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, and that was it. Oh, also Colette and I want to make an onion run. So like UCR official, like our own onion run. So if that interests you, yeah. Not like now, but like in like a day or something.
Right now.
Oh yeah, tonight, like after this meeting, we're gonna all run around. Okay, thank you.
Tonight? What?
Not tonight, I think, sarcastic. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, Senator Colette King.
Okay, cool. So just to elaborate more on that undie run, it'd be like a charity / undie run. So a lot of the undie runs have been you take off your clothes and you donate those clothes somewhere. Or there's also ones where you raise funds for a certain charity. An undie run has been done here before. It was a year before I entered in to UCR, so I say like 2010.
It was last year.
Oh, was it?
It was like small.
But that one was small. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean like there was a larger one, but I wasn't familiar with the one that happened.
It was like impromptu.
But yeah, so it's something that Jackie and I are going to be working on. It should be really fun, but definitely like join in if you have like anything you want, like a charity that you actually strongly.
Body confidence one or something.
Like a body confidence charity, body image. Just let us know because we really do want it to be linked to a charity. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Clyde. And last but not least, Senator Alias.
Okay, really fast. So I'm a part of Not So Sharp, which is an acapella group on campus, and it's kind of embarrassing, but we have a show tomorrow night in MSC 116 at 8:30. If y'all want to come and watch me be really awkward and embarrassing.
Where'd you say that was?
Huh?
Where'd you say that was?
MSC 116.
Michael will be here
at 8:30.
We'll be there. Okay, sounds good. Continuing on section K, actually, so there is no closed section, that's just a typo from the previous agenda. So we'll move straight into section L for adjournment. Okay, so I will take motions at this time. Fernando Echeverria, motions to adjourn. Second by Vice President of Finance, Ira Sheng. All those in favor, before we stand up, all those in favor of adjournment? All those opposed? And abstain. Okay, 5 vote 15-0-0. Hey, everyone.